Content warning. Guys will be talking is a podcast centered on media with some pretty dour subject matter. If you're particularly sensitive to any type of content, please check the content warning list linked in the description before continuing. Welcome back, everybody. I am Jacob.
I am Victor.
We're just a couple guys, and as you should know by now, as a longtime listener to this podcast, guys will be talking.
Yay.
Today, we are wrapping up our Deconstructeam Super season by discussing Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. This is not their most recent game, but it's just how it's working out. This is the last game we're covering because it made sense to play Many Nights a Whisper and Essays on Empathy in the same week, just for like amount of hours of game needed to be played. And Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is by far the longest Deconstructeam game.
Although we could have made two separate episodes on Many Nights a Whisper and Essays on Empathy.
As it turns out, we could have 100% made one entire episode on Many Nights a Whisper, because we had a lot to say about it, but that's just not how the cards played out. The Cosmic Wheel did not spin in our favor.
When it comes to planning and how we anticipate the episode's length, the wheel does not turn in our favor, gotta say.
Yeah, so there's been quite the evolution for just how fucking long we record these things for. And each time, based just thinking on, like, you know, previous podcasts we've done, each time I'd like get ready to go lock myself in the office and I'd tell my fiance, like, oh, this one's not going to be that long, maybe like an hour. And you know, that was Red Strings Club. You can go look at the timeline for that and see how that turned out. The following week, yeah, no, this one's definitely not going to take that long. We don't have that much to say about any of these games, I don't think. You can go check the timeline on that one, even longer than Red Strings Club. So this time, it's like, you know, full transparency, I'm gonna just say off the bat, this is take 2 of trying to make an episode on Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. We started yesterday, and I fully got in here ready to be like, yeah, no, this is gonna be like a 7-hour episode. I'm just not even gonna pretend that it's not gonna be the longest fucking thing ever.
Right.
But then we like didn't. I was kind of short on time. Victor was kind of short on energy because I was late as fuck, and so you know, time difference, it was going well into his evening.
But also, like, we wanted to, like, spoiler alert, we fucking love this game, and we really wanted to make this episode work out for the best, rather than making a okay episode.
Yeah, and what we had so far yesterday, like, I don't think was terrible, but it's not the love I want to give to this game. And so ultimately, while our original plan was to just pick up where we left off today, we agreed, scrap it, start over, do it better. So yeah, I mean, we already just spoiled it. We fucking love this game. How would you say that you think this ranks in Deconstructeam's games? Is this your favorite?
Yeah, it is my favorite. Like, I would say, having played it several times, there are some parts that are a bit rough around the edges, But globally speaking, and especially just taking in that first playthrough, which is the most important one for any form of narrative game, it's so fucking good. Like, and not just, I don't know, like, it is not only their most ambitious project, but it is also the one that, like, I resonated it with the most personally, because it feels like an evolution in philosophy, in
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know what, essays on empathy really resumes well what each of the game of Deconstructeam's games are. Each game is an essay on empathy, and this one
Yeah. Uh-huh.
really seems like a anime as conclusion to an essay on empathy, which is not really
100%.
true, because, you know, Many Nights of Whisper came out after and was also an essay on empathy. But damn, Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is a fucking manga on essays. It's a manga on empathy. There.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, same here. It's easily my favorite Deconstruct Team game. For a multitude of reasons. I think one, it just stands out so well on its own. Two, it stands out so well as like a perfect payoff for someone who has been playing all of their games up to this point. I think like while our planning was stupid for pairing Many Nights of Whisper and Essays on Empathy into one episode, because we could have totally made two separate full episodes on them, it kind of works out to play that one before Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood for me, because
Mhm.
it's a solid ass game, but in a lot of ways Cosmic Wheel feels like the culmination of everything they've been working on, and Many Nights a Whisper is like, let's do another one. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, it
Like,
does.
and so, like, yeah, like I said, it fully stands on its own, but it's also just so rewarding, not just for like seeing how they've progressed as a development studio, both in game design philosophy and general ideology, but also like, I mean, we've touched on the Deconstruct Team shared universe plenty of times talking about all these games, but that continues
This
into
one
this
is like,
game.
yeah.
This one, both in like things you can interpret from some of the messaging. I'm pretty sure Shaman from Gods Will Be Watching is just literally in this game. And then you also get a bunch of different like characters, both from Deconstruct Team themselves and other, I'm assuming, Devolver published indie games, show up in the craftable card system. Which, a lot of the times I view crossover characters and Easter eggs like that very cynically, but this is the time where it's like, no, I just fucking love these guys, and I love that they're showing some love to their fellow indies, and like wearing their hearts on their sleeves. Like,
If they could have gotten away with a fucking like Kojima Arcana, they would have done it.
oh yeah. And even then, it's like, even when it's just their own characters, it feels like, these are the characters that stuck with them and that they love and that they're bringing back because of that, not just, to get a Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen moment, even though that is 100% what was happening for me. Uh,
Mm-hmm. And it's
but
interesting to think about this idea that, like, despite having dramatically moved on from their philosophy in their very earlier games, at least in terms of, like, I don't know, Gruff Old Man from Gods Will Be Watching, they still look back on it with love. And I
mhm.
think that's like, it just, it connects, it creates this tapestry for you to look at all of their work, which is cool as fuck.
Yeah,
And not
100%.
arrogant at all. I don't know why, but it just doesn't. It's just people that like were making games with love, putting love into them, and that are looking back on those games and that still love them. And
Yeah.
in our current like video game landscape, quote unquote, thing, it's kind of hard to find because of all those fucking how cynical it feels to make remakes of old stuff rather than praising it for what it is.
I agree. And I mean, I think like I talked at length when we did our episodes on Lisa about how moved I was by the definitive edition content because it was like similarly completely sincere, uncynical. Like I love that Austin Jorgensen, designer of that game, is still thinking about these characters and more background he can give to them. It feels like the same in here, you know. Liam from Xenolifer's existence as an arcana for your tarot deck isn't just a fun Easter egg, but is like a meaningful way that his legacy is carried on in the universe and in the overarching story of Deconstructeam's design.
Yep.
You know? And same can be said about Donovan from Red Strings Club and the guy from Eternal Home Floristry, whose name I wish I knew.
And the fucking Coppersmith from their little game jam game.
Yeah.
Dear Substance of Kin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even just
one.
You got it. Even just the little characters from their game jam games making it in shows like just how much of an impact they had on the team, and it's really beautiful because they had that impact on me too as a player.
Yeah, I guess it's also like, I think it's one of those things. It touches on one of the major themes I think that this team is touching on with their games, and that's that serving the other, so in this case the client, the player, and serving the self, so the developers, go hand in hand. Like not only nurturing your player base, but also nurturing yourself, your own imagination with works that you look back on, is cool as fuck.
Yeah,
we will say a lot the phrase cool as fuck in this episode.
Oh yeah, and I think that's a beautiful point too, because yeah, that's like, I mean, it's tied into what you said, like each of their games has been an essay on empathy, but that is like, now that I think about it, the core mechanic of every game is being someone in service of another.
You
know, maybe, I mean, you'd have to kind of construct your way around that for Gods Will Be Watching, but like Red Strings Club, you're a bartender. Fucking Many Nights a Whisper, you're like the wish maker.
Yeah, you are the town's dreamer.
And in this, you are doing readings for people, like fortune telling readings for people. And even like in most of the essays on empathy games, like the Coppersmith, like you're doing service for someone. In Eternal Home Floristry, you're making bouquets for people. And I think, yeah, that point you just made is one that I hadn't really thought about, but now that you said it, it just makes so much sense and is beautiful. I love it.
Damn. We are coming in hot, and we haven't even started to introduce the game. It's insane.
Go
to
subscribe to patreon.com/guys will be talking to hear the unedited bad cut of take 1 of Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood.
Yeah, that link exists.
Yeah.
You want me to introduce the game?
No, I'm still talking about this point you made because it really meant something to me. Because we talked about last time too, like lots of games have immense artistic value, but can also be experienced as a toy, whereas Deconstructeam's games are all about the artistry. And I think the point you made about serving another while also serving yourself is like exactly what making art is about.
Yeah, and you can tell that this connection, like, this big reveal moment they talked about in their the video they filmed of themselves in A Season Puffy in Eternal Floristry Garden. I'm never going to get the name of that game right. Is like they've had this revelation when they were like, oh shit, it's fun to do your own stuff, to let the player do their own stuff. Yeah, that's because those games are about, there are art pieces that are in and of themselves about art and making the player experience a form of art, a form of self-expression, a form of service, a form of self-expression that is at the same time a service to the community.
Fuck yeah. Banger. Bars.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Introduce the game. See if I care.
No. Did you
No, I was just trying to keep you on your toes.
Okay,
go for it.
It's succeeding. Okay, I'm not introducing the game now. So the premise of Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is that you are a space witch named Fortuna. You are a seer that draws cards to predict the future. So think tarot cards. You are in a coven, so of about 100 witches. There are several covens in the universe. The space witches are immortal and have insane powers. Fortuna is in exile on her little asteroid, which is our home. Like it is an asteroid, but it is also her little cozy home with 2 floors. And she has been exiled there for 1,000 years, and she's 200 years in her exile when the game starts. And she summons a behemoth named Abramer, which is, I mean, basically a djinn, a demon that is going to give her power, but in exchange of a prize.
And it's important to note too, and like, you know, it plays into why she summons Abramer specifically, is that she was exiled by the head of the coven, Adana, because she predicted the downfall / destruction of the coven. So not only has she been exiled, but she's been stripped of her tarot deck. And so she summons Abramer to basically help her, one, I mean, kind of just to keep her company, but 2, more specifically, to make a pact with him so she can craft a new divination deck separate from tarot.
That way, she can get her powers back and also beat the isolation from the exile.
Yeah.
And a few days later, some witch from a third party basically looks into her situation and allows her to get visits, which she wasn't allowed to before. And this is where kind of the game starts its loop. Something important also to note is that as the player, you make a pact with Abramer, and you make a custom pact depending on what you like, what kind of power you would like, and more importantly, what kind of price you are willing to pay, which is going to heavily influence the ending. So the prices are your immortality, your coven, and the person you love the most. We will explore the consequences of those choices when it comes to the finale, but it's important to note that like we are already in a very heavy undertone of a tragic story brewing.
Yeah. And the pact is essentially Abramer's like, all right, bro, state your values, and that's how you're going to play the rest of the game. Like, do you prefer power or love? Shit like that. And so the price you're willing to pay is kind of the ultimate demonstration of those values. And so from there, the gameplay loop is essentially that you will be crafting new cards, and the cards will affect the kinds of readings you can do when you get visitations from various witches. Some want to come just to talk because, like, they're your friends. Some do have like specific things they're looking for guidance on. And so it serves essentially a feedback loop of you're making a card, and each element of the card has a certain element, whether it be fire, air, earth, etc., um, that will affect the kinds of readings you can do. Victor is seemingly more knowledgeable on how those actually translate, so
No,
I'll defer
that's
to
just
him for
memory,
that.
but I mean, basically, the idea is that the elements are linked to the properties of the universe. It's not a 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of deal. It's more a you make a card that is filled with air. Air represents context, so a card that is filled with air will basically draw onto the strings of chaos around everything and all the things that are seemingly unconnected, but that actually are. So if you draw that card in your deck, your reading will have sort of unpredictable characteristics. What I think it translates as, concretely speaking, in the gameplay is that you get random ones amongst the pool of readings, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so basically, like, a character will have a reading you want to do for them, and sometimes it's just one, and sometimes it's like a multi-parter. Like, what will the outcome of this event be? And you'll be like, you may just be like, think about the outcome, or think about the event, and then think about the outcome, and I'll draw a card for each. And so you'll get a card, and depending on the card you draw, you'll have a number of different readings you can make based on that card.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it creates a good loop because you need to expend the energies to craft the card, but also depending on what readings you're making, you'll get back a set of energies to make new cards. So if you like say fire can mean a lot of things, I think, but you can do a full like fire evil playthrough where you're only making like really vindictive readings, and those will feed back more fire energy. So if you just think about that and apply it to all the different types of elements, you can see the kind of feedback loop that you can get from that.
Mm-hmm. You can. It's really a kind of an RPG in a way, in the way that you build Fortuna in the beginning with the pact, and also in the way that you, as the player, you are going to give the readings that you like the most or that you find the most interesting, which in turn will give you more or maybe a balanced amount of energies, which will reflect back into your deck. Which again, due to how probabilities work, means that you will get more often a certain kind of readings rather than another. It just feels
Mm-hmm.
all very emotionally invested. And another thing is that the way the craft system works is that it's not just stats. You also have the freedom to make your own artwork of the card, and it's not like a oh, you can customize your card if you want. No, you need to go through that customization phase if you don't want your card to look like nothing,
Yeah.
as like the main gameplay loop. And it's so good because you feel so invested in those little cards you make, and it feels so exciting when you have enough energies to make a new card and think about like how you're going to how what not only in terms of how cool it's going to look, but also how what kind of feelings you want to put in a card, what kind of abstract tarot bullshit do you want this card to represent in terms of community, chance, luck, destiny, conflict.
Mm-hmm.
um it's just a cool ass fucking system all around. And aside
Yeah.
from the
And
cards and the readings, you get some side activities. Um,
yeah, so you're essentially most of the game will take place while you're doing these visitations with different witches, but every once in a while you can just kind of walk around your little house. Cuz when you have a visitation, it's like you have to invite them to your place, and that will happen by them sending their familiar with a little message who will like perch on your windowsill. And so you can like totally ignore the familiars to go do your own things. Um, which you can go to like the card crafting studio, Eventually you'll unlock a cauldron where you can burn cards to get the energies back if you want to like cycle out cards in your deck. Something I definitely had to do because basically any prediction I made was really focused on like, you know, trying to be good and trying to be nice to the person I'm talking with, and trying to be empathetic. But I had a hard lean towards like fire and earth elements on the cards because those were the coolest fucking cards I could design.
Yeah.
So there were times where I had to be like, all right, I'm sorry, Gears of War card. I have to sacrifice you so I can make a more empathetic card because I don't have space in my deck.
Every time I draw you, something horrible happens.
Yeah. I mean, there's a good balance where you have to use like multicolored elements most of the time so you can at least usually get a more positive outcome. But it is like if you get 4 possible readings, 3 of them are something fucking devastating and 1 is like kind of okay. So I was like, all right, I have to burn you. I'm sorry. I love you, but goodbye. And we were like sending each other the cards we were making throughout the couple of weeks we were playing this game, and we made some bangers.
Yeah.
We also there were some interesting ones where we kind of overlapped in our design, which was interesting. Notably, Victor made a card titled Genocide, which fucking rules.
Coolest fucking card.
and I should say, like, you don't name the cards; they give you a name. So Victor designed a card that evoked the name Genocide. So just think about that, what that might look like. But this is also where the little Easter eggs I was mentioning earlier come into play. A lot of the characters I shouldn't say a lot of the characters. Quite a few of the little like elements are different people and characters from previous Deconstructeam games and other Devolver Digital published games. And it was a really nice way to incorporate them because it's like the central figures in the cards are all supposed to be based on like kind of important figures in the cosmos.
Yeah.
And so it was really nice that like one, like I said, these characters from their previous games are like important in different areas of the cosmos, in the legacy of the universe, as well as the legacy of them as a development studio. And it also is like for the characters that meant something to you, you got to make your own tribute to them. Like I'm looking at your card, Space Seeds, for the guy from Eternal Home Floristry. That shit's fucking beautiful. How fucking long did it take for you to put all these flowers on that sun?
Well, I had to use a heavy usage of the copy paste and trying to not get too mad at it, but it took a while. I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes.
And like it was one of the first cards I made, but I'm like pretty proud of my card that incorporates Liam from Gods Will Be Watching.
Yeah, that card is really beautiful. It's simple, but it just works.
And then I also didn't know, like, looking at some of your cards introduced me to the copy and paste function. Because you sent a card pretty early on where there were like a fucking million of the little like what are they called? This is so stupid. My Valentine from Yu-Gi-Oh! Her deck is based on them, but I can't think of what.
What?
Like pixies, but there's a different word for them that is more accurate. But the little like the girl with like the green and she's got like bird feet. Harpies, thank you. Your picture, your card with like a million harpies, fucking ruled. And I saw that and was like, oh shit, I can copy paste these. Hell yeah! And so I started implementing that a lot more.
It's true that you don't necessarily use that functions because you have an infinite supply of the stuff on the side, but the copy paste is important because the figure on the center there is seemingly only one, but you can copy and paste that. So.
Yeah, so I got good use out of that for like the little rat people with the flags. I loved that.
Oh yeah.
Um, but anyways, so yeah. Um, oh man, there's
It's okay.
while
You
we're on
want
the
to you
topic of the things you can do in the house, which is
yeah.
where this started. You can also like go lay on Fortuna's bed, and you have an assortment of options on there. You can study different like magical properties and such for making the cards. You can read interactive fiction, which essentially is I think each member of Deconstructeam, but also a bunch of guest writers submitted like little choose your own adventure novels. Uh, that and some of them have like custom artwork that fucking rules.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and these are like good. These are good choose your own adventure novels. They're not like I often in games will like hit a point where I stop reading the notes that you pick up
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like they are just pace killers, and I've literally killed my enjoyment of a game by wanting to read every single note. Like I think of like Control. That game died. At my hands because I made sure I read every single note, but that game has 5 billion notes in it. Um, but like each time I sat down to read a piece of interactive fiction, I was fucking locked in. It rules.
Hell
Um
yeah. It feels like honestly things that don't feel like they need to. I mean, it's an interactive fiction. It's just I was thinking about the notes, and it feels like to me the side text in games that feel the most rewarding to read are never on notes or anything that is meant to be read, but more in items descriptions or like stuff that you wouldn't expect there to be text on, but then there is text and it feels cool
mhm.
because it doesn't feel like something that is meant to be read, but then you do it of your own volition. While a note, it's like, oh, there's a note here. Someone has written something here. Maybe I should read what they've kept a note for. It
Mhm.
doesn't really apply in this game because it's literally a book of narrative fictions, but also the game makes it explicit that it's completely optional. It's just something to pass some time.
Yeah. You do get like a little bit of energy dependent on the story you read. So there was actually a point towards the end of the game where I didn't have enough energy to finish crafting my deck. I really wanted to have a full 22 card deck.
Mm.
And I didn't have enough energy, so I started spamming interactive fiction to get just enough energy to make the final card, which I did manage to do, and that
Idea.
was nice. So from here on, I think we should talk about just like the important characters. Um,
Mm-hmm.
there's a handful of really important major characters for the entirety of the game. There's a lot of more minor characters and some that do like uh play a major role but more so mechanically, I would say. But yeah, we should get
Basically, there are some characters that like the story articulate around,
yeah.
um, no matter what happens.
Mhm. So, let's start off with I mean, what do you think about talking about Fortuna?
I think we could we should briefly talk about her. Like all we know so far is that she is a seer and that like she like summoned the behemoth, but she is her own character. Like it's not a blend character that you're supposed to like empathize with. Um, you already characterize her a lot as the player when you make the pact.
Mhm.
But then there are flashbacks that inform you on the kind of person she is. I think what I want to bring up for now is just that among her readings that you do in this first part of the game, one of the readings is like someone tells you, dares you to make a reading about your own past, and you get those different options um, that are all true, basically, but you will not tell that person. You will tell that person that like you will tell Dahlia that oh no, I can read my own past. But those
Mhm.
readings are about how traumatizing the isolation experience has been, how she used her immortality to mutilate herself and even try to kill herself to feel something, how she cannot stand her own thoughts, and how, despite loving and despite being really glad to meet her friends again when the visits start picking up, deep down she resents them for not having helped her fighting to the death to save her, and she will never love them the way she used to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really draws already like such a strong like premise for which that you're going to incarnate, because you can take Fortuna through a very dark evil path there, or you can start not not healing, because that's not how these things work, but starting something new, right?
Yeah. That there's a much more there's a conversation later on in the game that evoked this feeling a lot stronger in me, but this was very much the first time where I started to really relate to Fortuna in my own major isolated canon event that, I've talked about plenty of times on this podcast. And we did agree going into this episode that we would avoid saying that we'll get there, but we'll get to this one because I do really want to talk about it more with the conversation with you, Enya. But I do think this is a good point, and one that really connected me to Fortuna beyond just the simple fact that most of her characterization is being an extension of you. A lot of it is like flavor on top of an extension of you as the player. But this one really specifically called out to me and made her stand out as her own being, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It absolutely does. And I'm guilty of that too, because I'm mentioning the flashbacks, but I don't want to get into that just yet. I think we need to introduce the other characters first.
For sure. So, who's next, you think? Adana?
Yeah, sure. She's the bitch that exiled you.
Fuck her, that's all we need to say.
Yeah. She's the head of your coven. She, her way of ruling the coven will become relevant later on. But basically, she isn't a tyrant in the sense that she doesn't micromanage everything, but every witch in the coven has a sort of like evaluation that happens regularly to make sure that everyone is always being productive. So we're kind of in a, like, I don't know, capitalist, I guess not capitalist, but like at the very least authoritative and you must produce mindset. And she consults the gods, quote unquote, to make the law. And what do I read here about bitch ass motherfucker parentheses capitalist pig? Yeah, that sums it up. Boomer ass also. And in French called translated dinosaur, which I find deeply offensive for the dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
yeah,
that's so
I do actually this is a good. Oh, okay.
Were you gonna talk
thinking
about
of the same thing?
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead.
So something we definitely should have included in the whole like premise notes that we took ahead of time is one of the really interesting aspects of this game is that with the witches being immortal, a lot of them, some of them ascended to witchhood centuries, eons ago, and have like that much more experience as a witch than some of the newer witches, but also all of them were mortals at some point. And so with Adana, it's like she's an ancient ass witch, which means she was an ancient ass being before she ascended. And you can see there's a lot of really cool ways that where different witches who have different amounts of experience living as a witch have affected them, but also their time as a mortal being affects the ways they interact with witchhood as well. And so a Donna just kind of gets the double boomer punch of having been an ancient mortal being and currently being an ancient motherfucker witch.
Yeah. And who would have thunk that this leads to conservatives' way of thinking and of governance?
I think this stands out to me too, where I'm pretty sure you could because this is such a decision based narrative and role playing based narrative. I'm pretty sure there is a version of this game where you do the whole like, oh, but she's the villain, but she suffered and that's why she's a villain, and so I have to forgive her. Fuck that. Nah, fuck
Yeah.
Adon.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like even if
there
you
are certain
don't
options that are unavailable to you later on in the elections.
It's like even if you don't know all the stuff you learn about Adana and how she governs and how she, like, her experience as a witch, as an ancient mortal being, like, all you need to know about her is that you did a bad tarot reading and she exiled you for 1,000 years of isolation. That's all you need to know about her, is that she's the kind of person who would do that.
Yeah.
And that really hits me for nah, fuck forgiving this bitch.
Fuck, no shit. And also, she wanted to start World War III on Earth.
Yeah, she also
witches don't necessarily come from Earth. Like, there are other races that from other planets and shit, and they too can ascend to witchhood. Dana is from Earth though. I'm pretty sure. And she wanted to start World War III. To make a long story short, just because there was good magic to be harvested from that happening.
Yeah.
So
I mean, she's
fuck
basically
Adana.
being like America constantly starting wars in the Middle East for profit. Like that's what she's doing, but by starting
Thankfully,
World War
that doesn't
III.
happen anymore.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
we totally moved past that. So
speaking
next...
of moving past all the dictates, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jasmine is the once Fortuna gets permission to get visits, the first two people she calls are Jasmine and Dahlia. It's her two closest friends in her coven. Jasmine is a tea witch. That's her specialty. She was born in the 1900s. In the 19th century, in the 1800s, in England. It's interesting because, again, because of just of that knowledge, you can infer that, oh, she's seen some shit in terms of like the horrible state of affair in terms of feminism or the lack of thereof. And also, it's interesting that the game still makes the point that despite her growing to hate this masculine dominated society and this hellscape that was the middle to late Victorian era, her views are still pretty conservative just because of her weird standing of being old enough to be relatable to the elder witches, but not too young to the point of like she isn't she was born at the last respectable era before the internet and all that shit started or whatever. Is how the game describes her standing in society.
She's a libtard, basically.
So what's interesting is we will talk more politics in the elections, but I just wanted to say in France we would call her standing. Basically, her point of view is that the current conservative system is way too harsh, and but it functions. Like, functionally, it works. The Coven is doing really good, quote unquote. Like, if you exclude existence from doing good, like, projectively speaking, and power speaking, and politically speaking, the Coven is doing really good. And so her way of thinking about it is, well, the current way of the Covens need just to be softened so that people don't have a hard time living inside of it. And in France, we would call that a socialist. Now, if you're an American listener, you may be raising a brow because, like, the one socialist you could think of right now would be Zoran Mamdani, which is absolutely based. Like, he is absolutely based as a politician. In France, we would call that a socialist because there is a long tradition of, like, at the very least, in the last 20 years, what socialists were basically we're doing capitalism, but we have social welfare so that to soften the blow on the middle class. And we pretend the lower class doesn't exist at all, basically.
Right. I mean, yeah, I think that's like, sure, that might be what you would call them in France, but I think that's like going by semantics and definition, sure, but like to me,
it's not about semantics. It's just I want to point it out also because, like, I think like, especially like in Spain, they had the similar arc, and the Deconstructeam, the developers of the games, are Spanish.
That's fair, but where I was gonna go is, like, I mean, the Conservative Party of America would also call that socialist.
Yeah,
they called Joe Biden a fucking socialist, and he was a libtard motherfucker. So,
like, and also I just want to, like, say I don't like Jasmine as a person. I don't think also, like, to me the definition of a libtard is that, like, someone that is basically kind of preying on the opportunity that capitalism and authoritative late stage stuff is too harsh, and just doing the same thing but giving more concessions to the common folk. Like, I think she, as a person, she is much less of a vulture than that. Like, honestly, her program would be a pretty good program, and I would definitely vote for her if she was running in anything. I mean, no, I guess in France we do have some more far left representation to choose from, but it's like, in our current climate, I would call that better than libtard. Semantics aside.
I mean, I think, like, when I think of her as like a liberal slash libtard, to reclaim that term, I think there's a difference between a libtard politician and like a libtard citizen. And I think the difference is that the libtard politician is, like you said, the one doing it maliciously, like strategically licking the boot of capital and conservatism while pretending to be interested in the well-being of your people. Whereas, like, the libtard citizen is the one that, like, eats up the hollow promises and words, and, like, is like, yeah, we gotta do politics the right way, and you know, the conservatives go low, we go high. If we sink to their level, whatever. But, you know, the system works, and the system doesn't fucking work. You know?
Like, yeah, and it's like, you can definitely tell from the conversations you have with her that she's not at ease to shit-talking Aidana, despite the fact that her friend was banished, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like she is an hypocrite or a bad friend. Like, she's a great friend to have, honestly.
Yeah.
But in the fucking, I guess, the way she grew up in fucking Victorian era England, it's just this way of being that's like, it's a bad thing to challenge the status quo. It's a thing that, like, it's like saying the N-word. Do you realize?
Yeah, so exactly what my point is, like even though she literally is a politician, because spoiler alert, like the big crux of this game takes place around an election for the next head of the coven, I see her more as like the libtard bootlicking citizen rather than the libtard corrupt politician. You know?
Right. To me, she is more of the, like, I could reasonably vote for her rather than the last libtard we had running as a president, François Hollande, which is,
sure.
I mean,
sure, I'd be happier to vote for Jasmine than I was for Biden and Kamala Harris, but you know.
But you can't even compare with those guys because they're just fascists. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, as long as we're picking the lesser of two evils.
Like, it's so fucking far.
I know.
Yeah, anyway, I wanted to be I didn't mean that as to be petty. It's just I needed to bring my French perspective in this because, like,
that's fair. I mean, not many other podcasts will have that. So you know, that's I'm using you for your value of uniqueness.
Yeah, you're I was going to say French farming. That's curse. Anyway, moving on.
So that is to say, you know, when comparing, like, I'd be happier to vote for her than I was for Biden and Harris, but when my options are her or Dahlia, then she's the most libtard thing I could possibly think of. So Dahlia.
Space.
So
sorry, I was whispering in my mic. Bass.
Okay.
And I think this got kind of cut it off, so you will need to wait for the Audacity version to get it.
Okay, for sure. So Dahlia is your other best friend in the coven. You've kind of been a trio friendship for your time being a witch. She's fucking awesome. I don't remember if they really specify what planet she's from, but she is like a humanoid, but she's not from Earth. And which is another point to bring up. There's a lot of different types of witches, actually. There's like very alien witches. There's like your mentor was a deer woman. One of the other conservative ass bitch ass motherfuckers is a tree. You know, there's plenty of variance in the types of witches you can get.
And what they do as witches. And
what they do as witches. Mm-hmm. And so Dahlia, she is a dagger smith. So what she does is she hunts demons, and no wonder you love her so much. She's basically a hunter for Monster Hunter. She hunts demons and like uses their bones and different magical properties to craft magic daggers, which can be used like as weapons themselves or like for sacrificial ceremonies. They have like different magical properties. She is very much like it's hard, I think, like political stances aside, Jasmine you could probably view as the more like she's got a more of like a meek personality, I would say. Mm-hmm. Like she's really nice and sincere, but she's kind of the person where like if you were talking and you said something raunchy, she'd be like, oh goodness. Whereas Dahlia would be like, fuck yeah! And like continue your train of thought. Dahlia is just like super energetic and outgoing, and she fucking rules, to the point where like getting a little ahead of ourselves, eventually during the race for who will be the next leader of the coven, both Jasmine and Dahlia will run. And Jasmine was the first one I talked to, and before like promising to help her with her campaign or not, I had her like lay out all of her stances and whatever. And then with Dahlia, she's like, will you support me? And there's an option that's just like, fuck yeah, let's do this. Like before you even know what she's running on. And that's what I chose because she just fucking rules. Oh, but yeah, Dahlia.
Dahlia's stance is overall like it's not anarchism, but it's like we are only 100 witch. We don't need to be bound by rules. What we need is to make sure that everyone gets a part of the cake, to make sure that new witches aren't exploited or being made their life hell by the older witches. Make a universal tax that applies to everyone, and good shit.
Yeah. I mean,
know.
she's like, I do think, yeah, she probably leans towards like anarchism in like the literal political party stance, but she's more like communist, socialist, just leftist in general, I think.
Yes.
I
Also,
kind of tend.
I should point out like anarchism because the term has been used a lot. Just to clarify, the literal definition of anarchism isn't the lack of order; it's order without hierarchy. That's what
Yeah.
anarchism is.
And so yeah, I wanted to point that out specifically because I tend to like not consider myself to be like communist or socialist specifically, mostly because if I'm being completely real, I'm not well read enough to know exactly what fucking label to put on myself. I generally just consider myself a leftist. And so I would say like in that realm, like Dahlia is the leftist friend, you know. Whereas Jasmine is the one where like I'm good friends with, but sometimes she says something and I'm like, oh my god, you're so fucking annoying. And you know, I have plenty of friends like that.
Including me.
No. I'd say we're pretty firmly aligned whenever we talk about it.
Yeah,
stuff
but
like
boring.
That. Oh, you're right. Fuck you. You're so annoying. Like, shut up already about France. God, no one cares.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
Abramer
Abramer
is the behemoth that Fortuna summons to kind of kick off the game. He is really cool. He's like this demonic entity, which we should also say like behemoths are ruled as like illegal, like their existence is illegal. Is it do you know, is it just in this coven or is that more universal? Because I don't know if we ever got the stance really on like the arbiters.
I mean, I think when it comes to summoning demons, different covens have different laws, but when it comes to dealing with behemoths when they do appear, I'm pretty sure everyone is hunting them down. Because else, why would they be the way they are, you know? Because like, as we can see, like in Abraham's case, he could easily leave the coven's space and live somewhere else and be chill. I mean, until Fortuna summons him, he is banished into the void and sealed. But like, it didn't seem to be that like he had any interest of leaving this part of space to be free, like it was an option.
Yeah, that's fair. So all that being said, similar to like all you need to know about Adana before you learn more about her is that she is someone who would sentence someone to 1,000 years of solitude and exile. All you really need to know about Abramer is that he is part of a species whose existence has been deemed illegal. And so a lot of his just general way of being stems from that. But it also stems from being someone who has like existed before time itself. He existed before the universe did, and so he has like this really fun sense of like arrogance as like, you know, you're a measly witch, you may be immortal, but you've only existed for 1,000 years, whereas I have existed for longer than time itself. Uh, but it pairs really neatly with just his general sincerity. Usually, I don't think you would get something from a character like that. But while it may depend on how you roleplay the game, because there is definitely a possibility where he is simply a tool that you're using to like deal with your exile. At least the way I played it, like he was sincerely my friend and he sincerely viewed me as his friend. um
It starts, he starts being sincere from the get-go, and I think it goes, like, we've talked in Red Strings Club about of how it's fucking awesome to have Akara by your side,
mhm
and to I mean, I said it to you before, but it's like having a good partners in crime in a video game is always a winner. Akara in Red Strings Club, Kim Kitsuragi in Disco Elysium, like, it just works to have the game itself having a character incarnated that you can control the dialogue of be on your side against the game. It's sort of like the game giving you a CPU to fight the other CPUs, I guess.
uh-huh
In a way, it's like
there
it's just a winner strategy. And also, I think in the case of Deconstructeam, it's like when we imagine a witch summoning a demon to like get out of our predicament, we imagine some sort of like our usual Game of Thrones plot points where it's like both characters have their own agendas and therefore they're not telling each other they're in this uneasy alliance, and they will be at each other's throat the moment when the moment is ripe to do so. The Construct team is dealing, and like, it's not a critique of this way of thinking. It's just that's what's commonly accepted in almost any stories that I come across when it
mhm
comes to this kind of dynamic. But the construct team is just putting their feet on the ground and saying like, fuck that. People are sincere with each other on principle because that's in their best interest and in the best interest of the other. To be
mhm
sincere not only with their own feelings and their own intentions, but also like how they view the other. And it's like for example, Fortuna at some point draws the cards for Abraham and is like, I'm going to draw things about your past, and I'm going to draw things about your intentions. Abraham contests her about that, confronts her, and is like, hey, why haven't don't you like? Isn't it clear? I'm just granting you wishes. And Fortuna just tells him, yeah, but it's not really clear what's your deal, And it's like, she just lays it on the table from the get-go. And it's like, and we move on from there into
mhm
a better relationship. And I don't know why.
yeah
Why are they the only one doing that? It's so awesome.
in terms of like, yeah, having that partner in crime, there's very few moments that are an easy get Jacob to love your story moment more than two characters face each other and decide they're going to change the world together. uh Whether
Yeah.
that be toppling the monarchy or toppling the standards and prejudices of how one plays baseball or basketball. Easy get for me. And you, that feeling is so strong with Abramer the entire time. And so uh in a lot of ways, this game feels like one of the sickest playable anime possible. This is
Yeah.
definitely, your relationship with Abramer is one of those. And it's good to like get that out there, because I feel like Abramer is kind of a hard character to talk about for is gonna be basically a hard character to talk about for basically the rest of the game, because like he he essentially, like as you said, is your partner in crime, so he's just kind of like inherent, he's just kind of there. He's
Hmm.
like, he's almost as much you as Fortuna is. And so when you're talking about like plot beats and whatnot, most of that will be focused on all the other characters. and events happening. But like, you got to keep in mind, Abramer is with you the whole time.
He is your space shrimp Jafar theme that's cackling in the background as you do your evil plots and draw cards for people.
And he would be very offended that you referred to him as a shrimp and not a lobster.
This game is so funny too.
Oh yeah.
Moving on. I don't play it. Go play Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood if you've been listening this far and you haven't played the game.
Go play it. Don't listen to us.
Play it.
Go play it. Fuck us.
Yeah.
So Patrice, final big character we gotta lay out there. Patrice was Fortuna's sister when they were humans, who is kind of like a helicopter sister. She's like very overbearing on Fortuna, but like is well-meaning. A lot of your early interactions with her are like, you can tell that they've had kind of a strained relationship because Patrice was kind of like overstepping in how she was looking out for Fortuna at any given point. So that really like illustrates a lot of their interactions and relationship going forward. And it will be pretty continuously called back to where Fortuna will have to stop Patrice in her line of thought to be like, no, let me handle this. I'm my own person. And she's cool as fuck too. Like, she just, her general demeanor, her fit is super sick. She's styling on everybody, in like,
yeah, she really is.
even though it's like a lot of characters have like these really extravagant, like, you know, what you would think of when you think of like a cosmic witch appearance, whereas she's just kind of in like a cool leather jacket and a cool shirt, and it, like, looks honestly pretty normal, but she just looks cool as fuck.
Oh, she does look like a space witch. She eats that sweet spot of, like, I don't remember her name, Dr. Corvera, I think.
Kureha from Drum Island in One Piece.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's 100% drawing Kureha energy for sure.
She's aura farming so hard.
It's like also, in everything. It's in her pose. Like, everyone else will sit at the table with you, but she like sits on your windowsill. It's fucking rad.
And I guess I don't know if it's the whatever. Let's just bring it up now. We've only been talking about witches because that's all there is in this game. All them witches, all them girls.
Yep. Outside of some flashbacks to your time on Earth, like, basically every character, I don't know why I said basically, every character is quite literally a witch, either from your coven or from the witch society at large.
Yeah, and that's because only women get to ascend as witches. There is a quick mention from Fortuna that, like, there are some non-binary witches, which I'm not sure what to make of that, but at the very least, ain't no guy in this universe. Maybe Abramar could be kind of guy-coded, and I think he refers to himself as he.
I do think he has male pronouns.
Yeah. Just wanted to say that, like, it's a narrative game, a very strong narrative game, with only women in it. And it's like, I don't know why is it that it's not talked about. Like, this game hasn't a lot of reviews on Steam. And as we've said, not only we like this game the most of all the Deconstructeam game, we like it better than Undertale. And we fucking love Undertale. So, yeah. Go play Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood.
Yeah, I mean, this was like a thing that I would have been sad to have lost from our first take recording this episode, but I think it's good to, like, just bring up here while we're at it, is like, Deconstructeam is just so slept on in general. Like, I might like Red Strings Club more than I like Undertale. And I fucking love Undertale. You know? Like, I even thinking like too far ahead to our stupid ass Game of the Year debate, like we played Lisa this year, you know,
Poor
and
Lincoln.
well, okay. Part of my thinking for that super tangent is that maybe we do our own a separate ranking for podcast media to like the rest of it, like like the stuff we did for the podcast. we do a
I'm gonna
ranking
be
of
real
that.
with you, Jacob. That kind of sounds like a cop out.
I mean, part of it is to get Shinsekai Yori in there because like we wouldn't have that in a Game of the Year debate.
I don't want to. I mean,
I want to have Shinsekai Yori in the ranking.
Okay. Okay, I see what you want. If you want. Deconstructeam. Why is it that this? I mean, this studio is being overall slept on. I find it weird. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that like I scour game journalism on a daily basis. I definitely don't. Most of my professional game journalism comes from the Min Max podcast, Jacob Geller videos. I used to listen to other video game podcasts that did mention, like, that did talk about Wrestling's Club and Gods Will Be Watching. But then, like, there's just this nothing, and Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is such a fucking ambitious and well-realized game. And, like, the fuck?
I also
Devolver?
feel like I wanna put an emphasis here, like I think a lot of the times one might describe a game as ambitious, and you might hear that and think that it had high ambitions but didn't quite nail it. But that is not the case here.
Yeah,
Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is ambitious and fucking nails the ambition.
Yeah,
so
it's like what jumps out to me at this game is like, oh, Deconstructeam is being for real here. They're really coming out hard with a narrative game that is long and that is like heavily has a lot of mechanics intertwined in it beyond like just making cocktails. No shame on Red Strings Club, but like Red Strings Club is like a 10th in terms of both length and complexity in comparison.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I think really like, I mean, I can only posit theories. And my theory is maybe that this game presents on a Steam page like a boring visual novel. Or at least what a goopy goblin gamer-brained individual like myself might perceive as a boring visual novel. But what really like stands out when you play a Deconstructeam game is understanding, oh no, this is like fully a game. Like just because what like the verbs I have are pick dialogue option, like just because that is the case doesn't make it just a visual novel. Whereas like we've kind of struggled to pinpoint how you even describe these games. I've kind of fallen back on point and click adventure game because I think like that is at least more of an accurate descriptor than visual novel, but like even then I don't necessarily think it's accurate. And so my theory is just that it has to be that like people don't understand what the game is, and Devolver Digital did not do a good job of telling people what it was. And I have empathy for them in that case, because how the fuck do you tell people what this game is without having them play it?
Yeah, like when we laid out the plan for the podcast, like you first described the game as a light novel, slash what is it? That was the other term you use? Yeah, light novel, click point and click adventure game. It's not that at all. It's strongly narrative focused. and you do choose dialogue options by clicking or whatever, but that's not what you do most of the game. So the only best description I could put it as is a tarot narrative decision based game. It's like, yeah. I think there is a sort of like kind of toxic tradition of what video games trailers are to be. Like you can see it especially like with Nintendo recently, where like they do their classic game trailers that have images of characters doing stuff with the text that's like, do explore some planets, dig some holes, craft some items, and you have that, and then you have the more complex, I don't know, gameplay breakdown of what the game is going to be, and it's like okay, what Verso said in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Painting isn't about similitude, it's about essence. What the fucking gameplay trailer tradition is about is similitude, is about making the trailer seem like what you are doing playing the game. A good trailer should capture the essence of the game to speak to someone that will be interested in buying this game. That was my video game rant. Anyway, it's a shame that Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood wasn't, so that didn't sell well. Fortunately, it didn't like bring the end to Deconstructeam or whatever. They seem to be doing okay. But yeah.
I do
anyway,
hope...
this podcast exists so that you buy Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. It's all a ploy. A final ploy to get Cosmic Wheel back into the algorithm.
That being said, I do hope Virtue and a Sledgehammer hits and encourages people to go back through their history, because Virtue and a Sledgehammer projects more like a video game, you know? On a Steam page, you can see gameplay and stuff happening that you can perceive yourself doing. And so I think that is more likely to draw an audience, and I hope that the audience it draws has the drive to explore the history, because I'm sure Virtue and a Sledgehammer is going to be a phenomenal game, and if it's not, it will be the most disappointing day of my life. But like Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, I gotta say, is just one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah, same.
So we got a little off track talking about Patrice. Any last notes you wanna emphasize about Patrice specifically before we kind of move forward?
Oh, she's a sex fiend. She has this whole
in a cool way. In a cool way. Not
in a cool way. Not in the. I make a difference between the. I draw a
fiend and a pest.
Yes.
Yeah.
She tells this insane story of how she had a 5 minutes long orgasm, and there is other stuff surrounding her, but that will come and go.
So this game essentially takes place through a set of chapters, and we're not gonna get too like bogged down by what happens in each chapters, but chapter 1 is essentially like the tutorial and familiarizing yourself with the gameplay loop, and chapter 2 is kind of more where we start getting into like the history and background. Specifically, it is the like kind of flashback chapter, and with a moment that we really want to talk about, and it'll branch into parts from future chapters, but fuck chronology, the cosmic wheel spins.
Fuck chronology. Yep.
But we did really want to talk about this scene where we get a flashback of Fortuna and Patrice's time being mortals in the 1960s. So they are like they're driving in a van, like a pizza. I guess it's kind of like food truck esque.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a food truck.
yeah, it's like a pizza food truck. They're driving with their friend Ava to the beach to go like sit down, have some pizza, and watch a meteor shower. Um, and uh make some wishes on the shooting stars.
Mm-hmm. At that
And
point, you start like talking with like Eva, which is their fourth friend, which we will not see again in the game. She will remain immortal and die immortal. Um, that talks about being vegan and being an activist, which then is cool because when you make the pizza, you get to choose uh, the toppings the way you make tarot cards. And well, you can make a not vegan pizza if you didn't pay attention, which
mhm.
then the game reacts on, and it's fine. There's no, there's no drama, but it's like again, this game is willing to talk about these subjects as like something that is part of our life and isn't like a external thing going on that which is the way of our games treat, I don't know, the current world we live in, I guess.
Mhm. And Ava is a really cool character to kind of like view Fortuna's personality through, cuz she's the kind of like activist where she can be really fucking annoying, but like part of why she annoys you is because you wish you could be as strong as her. Like she only shops at local markets. She like only thrifts. She's like regularly attending protests. It's like she's the kind of person who you look at and you're like, how do you have the time in the day to do what you do?
Mm-hmm.
And like I wish that I could hold as true to my values as you do. Um
Yeah, but also like she says like she's being sincere about how she wants to know about the fate of the world, and the way she puts it is that like she needs it. She needs to know. Like that's her drive in life rather than
mhm.
what she thinks. Like I think what this game encapsulates well is that not everyone can be like that. Not in a sense that it's like, oh, a doomed effort, something drawn by idealism or whatever. It's more like just there are some people like that and they need to be given proper credit, but also the the way they work and is the same way that anyone works is that they live through not just where life takes them, but also through their passion and what drives them.
Mhm. Yeah, where like what drives me is like experiencing and creating art, and all of Ava's ideals are just like the values I hold. Like for Ava, like they're one and the same. The values she holds and what drives her are trying to make that better world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice because like she isn't like lording over Fortuna and Patrice with that. They
If
have
you
an
met anyone like
understanding.
that, you know that the no one lords of no one like that actually puts in the work lords over other people.
Yeah.
Like this narrative, like it's what we talked, I think, in the last episode of how the our past self would have been very sarcastic and sardonic about this kind of character,
Mhm.
and about the presenting diversity in video games. But in reality, people that put in the work, that want to help other people, are generally empathetic towards other people, and for example, don't want to be a prick about their friend that just made pizza for them, even if they forgot they were vegan.
Uh-huh.
Um, it's not like she's not being submissive or ignoring or whatever. She's I don't know. She's just nice.
Yep.
It's revolutionary, I know. But truly, it is revolutionary to be nice.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Go watch that Superman movie.
I should.
Yeah, you should. That's what you just said is like the fucking thesis.
Well, then I don't need to watch it anymore.
No.
I'll watch it.
So yeah, so you have this nice scene where you kind of talk about their history. You learn more about like how Fortuna has always been into divination. She and Patrice talk about how like when they were kids, Patrice had her do a fortune reading where she just like read out her entire life up to the point where she dies of bone cancer, which does turn out to be exactly what happened. And you learn that for some reason, all of Fortuna's readings she's ever done have turned out to be true. Whether they be about something that will eventually come or about something that happened in someone's past.
Yeah. The way Fortuna puts it is interesting because she says, like, ever since she's done that reading on her sister, specifically the one about the bone cancer, she sensed a terrifying presence beyond that. And also, her reading has gone even more precise and specific. And also, like, always came to be.
Yeah.
So I guess it's basically an indication that like she learned magic before even becoming a witch.
Yeah, which is really interesting because like I don't know if I guess I don't think we really get that much insight to anyone else to see if like they had magical properties before Ascension. Maybe that is just kind of what makes Fortuna so strong, is that she was already a witch before she was one.
Fucking rules.
Yeah. But maybe also, you know, this isn't even what I was thinking of with this scene in particular when thinking about the Deconstructeam universe. Was like maybe fucking Donovan, even though he's a male, is a witch. Or at least
why?
Or at least there exist the magical properties among mortals.
Right, in that sense.
Because he has that like super empathy with his cocktail mixing.
Well, it feels to me like just beyond being a witch, there are other beings like the behemoths that, you know, touch on that magic.
Yeah,
and that's
true.
why he ended up being imprinted as an arcana because he left that strength in the universe. And so did the Red Strings Club bar itself.
Yeah. Ooh, and so did Liam, and even though Liam wasn't the one in a time loop.
Yep.
Maybe he was impacted by the Dunrahai magic. Or Mahoon, I mean.
Yeah, not the same thing, but
yeah. But you know, the other thing I wanted to point out with the universe is that like I had a really cool moment when Ava asks you to do a reading of like the future of the world and her place in it, essentially. You have a number of things you can predict, but my reading was like humanity will venture into space, and several years down the line your grandson will be very successful on Mars. And my reading of that was basically like my reading as a person playing this game was like, oh shit, Ava is totally Liam's ancestor.
That's so cool.
Like a strong lineage of revolutionaries venturing into space, like, and she's blonde. It's gotta be.
But like my reading was like much more doomer. Like I was more like when I was offered with the option of going to space, I was more like, I hate Elon Musk and his whole project of going to Mars, which honestly shouldn't have informed my reading because I hate doing that. Because these people don't matter. But anyway, I did it here, and it was like, oh, I'm going to choose the one that I think is the most realistic, which is like the domed cities on Earth. Like climate change becomes uncontrollable, and people live in domed cities to climate themselves, and also there was a huge colon in the population as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting also because that reading is like, no matter what happens, it's like humanity is fucked, and it feels like we're going back on the nihilism of gods will be watching. And we will get more of that later. But I didn't expect to be so much of gods will be watching in this game, and that there is some of gods will be watching in this game, and that it is good.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it really is like, though it stands so well on its own, it's like I said earlier, it really is like the ultimate culmination and celebration of everything they've done up to this point.
Yeah.
And the fact that gods will be watching gets so much love is really cool.
Yeah.
Especially when you're two guys who made a podcast named after it.
Yeah. God damn it. I'm so like, it's crazy to think to me that like if we didn't start this podcast, I wouldn't have played this game. Like despite by the way, like I think I'm like earlier we talked about why is everyone sleeping on those games and shit. I'm guilty too. I knew Deconstructeam. I played Gods Will Be Watching, I played Red Strings Club, I bought a Season Empathy and never played it. And then I
Mm-hmm.
just saw Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood on the Steam page and was like, I guess I'll play that eventually, and just never got to it. I'm fucking guilty.
I mean,
And it's crazy to think that if we didn't start that podcast, I would have never played this game and loved it so much.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, same here. I would have never fucking gotten around to any of these. I mean, I am like I posited the theory of this game not doing numbers because it presents as a visual novel, because it's one that I can relate to. I don't really like visual novels most of the time. It takes one to have like a immensely compelling story to get me even slightly interested in it. And even then I tend to look at it compared to any other game less favorably. So like if I didn't know Deconstructeam and didn't trust that, you know, their visual novels are actually full of gameplay, I probably would have never even thought about buying this game and booting it up. Um, but
What were we on?
we
But yeah, I
were,
agree with everything you said. Like
yeah,
it's just it's I'm reflecting mid podcast. Hey, I hate it when that happens. It's like
yeah,
we're talking about meanings and shit.
yeah. I mean, that's not.
That
We got to stop doing
the
that because what we're here to do is recap the game so people don't have to play it, beat by beat.
damn. And now that you say it, I'm reflecting and I'm like, damn, huh? It's like podcasts that are just podcasting as a business just exist to vampirize on others, while podcasts that have put passion in them are trying to make you think about the other thing and, you know, trying to get you invested in them.
Mm-hmm.
A random revelation just happened. Moving on. The beach. What I just want, the last thing that I wanted to bring up on the beach is like Fortuna in front of the stars is Patrice asks her, hey, be honest, sis. I know that you want something more from this life. Like you're happy, but you want something more. And Fortuna is like, she knows, she can feel it in the air, in the salt of the sea, that like there is something more. And like
Mm-hmm.
she wishes, she doesn't want to be a woman. She wants to be a witch. And I think that's super important, especially depending on what is the pact of fire that you chose with Abraham. Because one of the price that you are willing to pay that you can choose is your immortality as a witch, but also basically your right to live in space.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think there's a really interesting part with that where like I mean maybe I was just too dumb brained to realize the sentence concludes with which, but the end of the chapter is I don't want to be a woman, I want to be a, and then it cuts and boots up the next chapter, and you eventually it is eventually spelled out to you like that the the conclusion to that sentence was witch. But for me, I was kind of reading this as like a trans revelation moment. And it kind of like started getting me thinking of like, she doesn't want to be a woman, and now she's cursed with an eternity of being one, as being a witch. Even though they did talk about being non-binaries, but you know, we'll I mean, fuck it. Do we just go from there to where that gets paid off for real?
yeah. This time we do.
Okay. So there's another flashback scene that is a character you do not know, you haven't seen up to this point, and is really powerful. I do think the cutscene starts upon inviting someone like who's familiar shows up on your window. And it's just like this person in an elevator who is like talking about like, God, I hope no one's there. I hope I go home and it's empty. Like, please let nobody be there. And they get out of the elevator, they walk through the door, the lights are off, and people start singing happy birthday. And you're like, fuck. Like, all this person wanted was to be alone, and now there's some people singing happy birthday to them. And at first it's like, I don't know. I mean, I get, like, you know, being depressed and wanting to be alone, but it actually seems kind of nice that these people are here. And happy birthday goes on, and it goes, happy birthday, dear, and then in, like, all caps, shaking across the screen, dead name. And it's like, oh,
fuck.
Yeah, that's why this person didn't want these people to be there, because they don't acknowledge who they are. But I think like they weren't really sure quite yet either, but at least like I feel the implication of the happy birthday dear dead name to be like they had kind of already been open about their feelings towards them and been rejected.
Yeah, I think so too. Like she like, of course she didn't come out fully, but like, you know, when you're among friends, you're supposed to talk about this stuff and not like repress it. And clearly this person feels repressed in life, in everything. Not just her friends, but also her job and shit.
Yeah, like whether they rejected her identity or not, it's at least very clear that she doesn't feel comfortable enough to have talked to them about it, if that is the reality of the situation. And so they like present her with I should say like at this point, because they haven't come out, they're still like presenting masculine, you know. They haven't started their transition whatsoever. They hand her the cake and like make a wish, and then you can guess what the wish was, because she shows up at your table and is still presenting masculine, even though like she's already ascended to witchhood. And so you just get this really fucking cool scene where you get to like help this trans woman kind of figure out what her identity is. And there's this cool bit I think like fully plays into the fantasy of the transition, where it's like, yeah, I ascended to witchhood and only women are witches, but I still present masculine. This fucking sucks. And then you have a line as Fortuna where it's like, well, I think all witches still present as like their normal mortal selves, and then once you figure out who you're gonna be as a witch is when your presentation changes. And so you get to help her like construct who she's gonna be in her new identity, not only like as a trans woman but as a witch. Like you get to help her come up with her name. What was her name for you?
My first one was Faye.
Okay. Cool.
I say first one because I did multiple playthroughs.
Yeah.
Faye.
Mine was Ileana because I was just like, that's a cool name.
Yeah, the Ileana I think is the best one. I know I know all the names because I eventually in my playthrough I drew the Cosmos card for that. So I got to explore all the possibilities.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Wait, you didn't know what the Cosmic Wheel did?
No, I to be honest, I thought the Cosmic Wheel was a guaranteed pull at the moments that you pull it. I didn't know it had like a chance mechanic attached to it. But so that's why I go like, oh, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, you get a Joker in your deck.
Okay.
That's a whole thing. But yeah, basically Fortuna cheats the universe into giving her an additional Joker in her deck.
Damn. I wonder if you played this game like a loser and only made like 3 cards, how much you could min-max pulling the Cosmic Wheel.
You could, but that's what you said, being a loser.
Yeah. Because I maybe pulled that shit once or twice, and it was in like super pivotal story moments, so I assumed it was a set piece card.
No, it's not. It's really tied to the game's mechanic, and it's epic when you like draw it at just the right time when you're like, oh, I don't know if I will have the cards that allow me to get the kind of outcome I want out of this one.
That's awesome. I also had assumed maybe you got different possible outcomes for what kind of witch she'll be, but I don't think you do. I think it's Peppermancer every time.
No. She's destined to be a Peppermancer.
Yeah.
And Peppermancer, awesome Peppermancer.
Yeah. So she, because she like as a mortal had liked growing peppers, right? Or at least liked spicy stuff. So
she grew pepper in home and as well as some weed.
Right.
Studies.
And so you you kind of combine
stuff her studies as an engineer and shit.
Yeah.
So it's like when you try and question her to make her do her reveal her witch identity or whatever, like you can do guesses about what kind of witch she would be, and it will increase your affinity with her with a sort of like disc
that's right
mechanic.
The disc
and
is in this one.
If you like guess, oh, you want to be a scientific witch, that shit doesn't budge because she's fucking done with technology and stuff.
Yeah.
But weed, now that shit was real.
Okay, nice. So good. That makes me feel good about myself because I assumed that when I played it that my choices led her to be the Peppermancer because she never pushed back against any of my suggestions. But that just means I read who she was and what she wanted.
No, you did. You absolutely did.
Let's go!
Let's go! And then an explosion happens and she transforms into the Peppermancer. She loses that shitty ass beard, that shitty ass hoodie, and she gets a fucking incredible hat, an incredible dress. And she's beautiful. And
she looks fucking awesome. She's got like hot sauce jars hanging from her hat. It's fucking sick.
So actually a cool detail is that all of the hot sauce and peppers, colors and shit, she doesn't have it when she turns into a witch. She has it after because like she started her work as a witch and she's got her
right. And she comes back with her hot sauce potions that she's concocted. Yeah. So basically I think in practice her peppermancy is pretty similar to like Jasmine's teas in the sense that she grows like different peppers that have different magical properties and what they can do. And in fact later during the election cycle she offers her help to you because you end up having to be the other person that runs in the election at the request of what I wouldn't say request, at the demand of your sister Patrice. And Ileana, for me at least, offers her assistance in crafting a truth pepper, which like everyone during the big election debate has to take one so that nobody can tell a lie during the whole debate.
I
which
bet
was
you could
really
do
cool.
something really funny with that. Damn, keeping that in mind
Okay.
for if I do another playthrough.
Ooh, yeah, I do like really want to do. I mean, I've come out of every single Deconstruct Team game for this podcast wanting to do another playthrough, and that may very well be what I do in the coming weeks since we don't have anything to play instead of instead of that. Because I wanted so bad to replay Red Strings Club. I wanted so bad to replay Many Nights of Whisper, if just to see like the different things the game might tell me based on my choices. And same here. I kind of want to see what this game might be like for someone who purely plays it on a mechanical level, because I feel like it's possible, like
Yeah,
making your readings based on the energies you'll receive rather than like being an empathetic person.
yeah, you can. You can tell when you start playing like that the game isn't meant to be played that way.
Yeah.
But it is definitely possible, and like I can think of ways that you can get some very powerful cards early on to get as many readings as you can. What I'm thinking about doing is mostly doing an evil playthrough, because like I want to see what happens if you just predict doom all around, how it pays off.
Man, I don't know if I could.
That's rough. Speaking of,
I mean, like going back to talking about this in relation to Undertale, I mean, like for the same reason, I fully bought in to like Undertale's messaging, and I never did a genocide run. I like started one and was like, man, I can't fucking do this to these people. They're my friends. And I think the same thing. I don't think I could do that to any of these people except for Capressa, because fuck her.
Actually, something I wanted to bring up regarding sexuality is something you didn't come across, because from what I understand, in your pact you chose passion, or at least romance, in one of the things you strived for, and so you end up romancing grief if you do that.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, Fortuna's experience with love is like, the way Patrice describes this is that like she went out and had sex with someone one time in high school and then never had any and never romanticized any partner since.
Huh, wait. Oh my god. That's kind of a bombshell you just dropped on me. I didn't even think about the fact that like Greth comes to be my partner because I chose romance earlier in the game.
It is
That's
important,
really cool.
because if you don't choose romance at all, and you take into account what Patrice said about Fortuna, my reading on it, and my sister's reading on it, is that Fortuna is ace, and my sister is ace. Like, she is very much ace coded in her basically disinterest with sex, and how she like does those comments like about how you are your gross Patrice, you know?
Oh.
Like,
yeah. Okay.
so shout out to my ace representation. Also, Fortuna's main color theme is purple. So again,
right. I wonder then, because I mean, even when you have the romantic relationship with Greth, like you're usually just kind of snuggling.
yeah, it doesn't seem too unnatural for like, it doesn't seem like too out of place considering that. But I do think it's worth, keep that in mind when you redo another let's play and you choose something else like power or knowledge. Knowledge is very, very funny. Power is too in a way, but knowledge is very, very funny.
I mean, I'm thinking like because I mean, you got a playthrough where you had Greth, right, as a partner.
What?
Was one of your playthroughs one where you had Greth as a partner, or did you not do that because I did that?
No, my second playthrough I did with Greth as a partner.
So Because I'm thinking, like, even then, like, this may not be a mechanical bisexuality thing, like in fucking, like, Stardew and other games. Like, I don't remember any explicit sexual interaction you have with Greth. Unless that's just me not remembering shit, because I tend to do that.
They do say, like, Fortuna says, like, it's my first time doing it with a witch.
Oh,
it feels like
yeah,
it's
that's
implied
true.
still.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But also the reason that it doesn't feel too natural to me is that, like, Gref doesn't really registers as heavily sexualized. If anything, she looks the most fucking non-binary motherfucker alive, and
Yeah,
she rules.
100%.
So they've got something going on, and I'm glad for them.
Yeah, that's cool.
Also, asexual people go into relationships sometimes. It's
Yeah,
just
that's the point I was trying to make, was that like if they weren't having sexual encounters, just because their relationship doesn't mean that it's branching away from the asexual representation. Like, they could be having that relationship, but I guess, as you said, it is explicitly said that they did have sex to some capacity.
So yeah, just wanted to do that shout out there. No, we don't get many ace representation.
Yeah, shout out Todd from BoJack Horseman, and the list ends there.
Yeah, I can think of another one.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Nope, can't think of any. I was about to say Spock from Star Trek 2, but the sexual tension with Kirk is really strong.
Any Resident Evil character, because while they may be the sexiest people to ever exist, none of them even knows what sex is. But I think that's accidental representation, if anything.
That was my bit. Where were we? Oh yeah, right. I think. Yeah, let's talk about the big twist, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good point to get to here. Do you want to go for it?
Sure. The arbiter Teia comes visit you. It's the one that permitted the visits for you, and she announces you that Aidana died, the leader of your coven. And right afterward, Aidana comes visit you in your little asteroid. It turns out that witches can die the normal way, which is, I guess, getting blown apart by a Kamehameha and dying, or they can just lose the will to live. And that is what happened with Aidana. She lived for too long, and she grew more and more disinterested from what other witches have been telling, and she died by losing her will to live. But her body is still functioning, and she is still talking, and she visits you to close loose ends. And you can approach this conversation in many ways. You can be trying to be apologetic or thankful. You can tell her to go fuck herself. It's more emotionally loaded from your side because you can't really confront her about anything. Mm-hmm. If you try to tell her, like, what the fuck do you mean breathe exile? It's like, to her, 200 years is nothing. But also, I would like to have you be isolated for 200 years. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
is a bitch.
Like, her, like, being an ancient fucking being, like, she views 1,000 years as almost nothing, but it's like an extreme version of grounding a kid for a month, and to the kid, a month is a fucking eternity.
Yeah.
And, like, you as a fucking 40-year-old adult might be like, a month is nothing. A month goes by in a flash. But when you haven't lived as long, your perception of time is significantly different. 2 years uh in the troubled teen industry might look as a almost 30-year-old like not a very significant part of my life, but from the ages of 14 to 16, that's a pretty big chunk.
Yeah, that's fucking fucked
So
up.
I brought up when in take one of this of this episode that is getting scrapped, that the moment where you are talking with a Donna felt to me like this time where I was at the second program, and I had a lunch with the owner of the program. Uh
You had lunch with? Oh, Jesus fucking.
yeah. So I mean part of that was kind of like just the way the program worked. They had a weird system where like every meal you had to have like a scheduled meal partner. Uh Basically I think for the purpose of like avoiding clicks, even though you could totally arrange like multiple meal partners to a table and have your own clique or whatever. Um, but usually you had to have like a meal scheduled with a member of staff at some point throughout a week or a day or something. But I mean, part of it,
What the
it,
fuck
it
is
was
this
like
moment sounding as bullshit?
it was
Like
like it
seriously.
was like kind of a rule, but the other kind of tactic of this program was that you literally were not allowed to have a list of rules, and for the obvious reason being that that way a staff member can make up a rule at any given moment and put you in violation of it, whereas if you had a list of rules you would know that no, that wasn't a rule. um but the like kind of executive members of the staff would frequently make appearances and try to show face to like pretend that they have your best interests at
Yeah.
heart. And the I I was so rebellious when I was there. um Eventually, like I had to just play the game, and I choose my battles where I could, uh
Hmm.
which sometimes like I haven't rebelled that way since I left that program, and sometimes I'm like, fuck, I need to rebel more cuz it felt good. But like
Hmm.
I had this scheduled lunch with this guy, and I basically was like going into it prepared to like bring up all the shit that they do. Um in particular, it was like it had they were very secretive about the cost of the program, the financial
Hmm.
cost. Uh and this is the kind of thing where like you have to have been a privileged motherfucker for your parents to have been able to afford to send you to this thing. Um, and so I don't remember exactly how much it was, but I think it was like the way it essentially worked was it was a 5-step program. As you advanced in like at least how they perceived your quote unquote recovery, you would gain another step. And when you got to step 5, you were allowed to quote unquote graduate at the next graduation event. And there would be 3 graduation events per year. Um, and so, part of that, once you think about it a little, is they have a huge financial incentive to not see you as recovering, not
Yep.
see you as being worthy of the next step. So a lot of people get stuck at certain steps. Step 3 was when you were considered an older student, and so you had a bit more privileges. You could go on like home visits for like a week at a time. You
This is fucking medieval as fucking. I mean,
yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
And so the some kid like figured it out. Some kid figured out that I'm pretty sure it was like one term, as in one of those, like, I guess it's basically not a quarter, whatever you would call 1/3 of a year. Each like third of a year was another $10,000 to keep your kid in the program. And so some kid had figured that out, and like everyone knew it at this point. Um and so you started like looking at like, that kid's been stuck at step 4 for a year. Why hasn't he advanced to step 5, even though he seems like he's playing the game well and he deserves to be step 5? And it's pretty clear, like, oh well, keeping him here for another year is another $30,000 that they get to extract from his parents.
Jesus.
And so I was bringing that up to the the owner of the program, and asking, like, is that part of how you decide, like, if a kid gets to the next step, is how many more semesters you can, or trimesters, I guess, you can keep him here and get another $10,000. And he was doing the, like, Steven Crowder, like, deflection method of debate with me. uh and
Don't know
so
what that guy is, but I can imagine what kind of deflection he did.
basically, like, that semantics change the subject, kind of thing. um so anyways, all that is to say, really long tangent to just describe exactly how talking to Adana felt in this moment, and also how
Yeah.
talking to Capressa felt later on. Whereas talking to Adana felt like talking to uh, owner of the program, who actually, fun fact, I'm gonna bleep his name, but he has since changed his name, and I wonder why. But talking to Adana felt like talking to him, and then talking to Capressa felt like talking to one of his lackeys later on, which, I mean, is exactly what their relationship in the game is. Kind of.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
I would argue though that Capressa is like more interesting, at least in the sense that, like, her argument is basically the argument of the social psyche welfare program in Wrestling Club. Like, what's so wrong about having an autonomous system? But we'll get there.
Yeah.
Aidena also reveals to you that she I mean, hold on, I mean, I can do this. The more I hear about the troubled teen industry, the more I'm like, this is a hellscape. Like, I was heavily bullied in my school, and it was a public school, and it's like, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm glad I had it rough or anything, but it's like, this feels like the worst of both worlds, of both being in a controlled environment and being in a school in general.
In there's a lot of weird things that come out of it too, which is like opposite to bullying. You, like, had to be friends with everybody there. Which, like, I mean, is a pain, but in it, you are bonding through mutual suffering, you know. And in that way, like, I did become, like, ridiculously close to so many people there. Uh and then the kind of Stockholm syndrome that creates when you graduate the program and you go home and you don't, and all those people become strangers. And you have been separated long enough from everyone in your personal life at home that all of those people are strangers too. And so,
and all of a sudden you act much more distant from those strangers, and those strangers think that, oh, the program did work, they are much more chill.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
And, it may not have been 200 years, but it was a multiple of 2 for me, so, I...
No, you don't need to downplay it. That's fucked up.
No, I mean, yeah, like, I fucking... So, I think about, like, what if I sat down with after the 2 years of my isolation and my exile? What would I say to him? And what would Fortuna say to Adana 200 years in? And so that's exactly how I played this encounter.
Fuck you, and fuck you, and
Yep.
go to hell.
Yep.
And one more thing. I'm glad you've died.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Fuck that guy.
That being said, Adana drops the bombshell on you of a revelation, which is that the reason she exiled you and stripped you of your tarot deck was because you predicted the downfall of the Coven, but what makes you unique as an oracle... There's the word that they use in the game that we've been trying to figure out this whole fucking time.
I assumed it wasn't that because that's just the normal French word. It's not a weird term or anything. It's just
Oracle is, I think, relatively universal.
Okay.
What makes you unique as an oracle is when you are doing divination, you're not reading the future, you're writing it. So by predicting the downfall of the Coven, you are assuring that it is what will happen in the future.
Mm-hmm. It also means that when you guess something that happened in the past, you don't guess it. You don't guess that it happened. You make it a reality.
Yeah, and there's moments later on where you have characters who will be like, okay, prove to me that that's what happens. And so you write like an experience you shared into the past, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember that. You do some reflecting on some of the predictions you've done so far in the game, and some of the predictions Fortuna made even before the events of the game, like that her sister would die of bone cancer. And you get this kind of like, oh, fuck. Oh no, what have I done? Feeling.
Yeah, it's rough. I think we can, this is a good transition. I want to share one anecdote before we transition into, Patrice Ascension.
Okay.
For example, some of the readings I've done, you do before you get that bombshell from Aedana. You already done some meaningful divinations despite not being aware of it. For example, in my last playthrough, I had Grief. I predicted that to find the meaning of life, she would need to keep rebelling against authority and go even further than what she did, which was already really bad, which was summoning a behemoth.
Mm-hmm.
And I had also did a prediction for that the witch Theia, the arbiter, in terms of difficulties she would encounter. I predicted, oh my, you're going to kill a witch. And of course, it's my second playthrough, so I already know that these are actually going to happen, but I'm just picking them for fun. But even the first playthrough around, when you chose divinations based on your card, you are picking what you feel is the most appropriate and wholesome, but also writes a good story and also gives you energy that you are interested in. You make a sort of calculus of which is the one that you will want the most, like that. And then you get that bombshell. And then it turns out that, that prediction I did of Theia killing a witch and that prediction that Greth will need to rebel against authority, Theia ended up killing Greth. Oh no! Shit! I literally wrote that into reality in the Cosmic Wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And the stakes, the tone shifts dramatically. Patrice Ascending. Do you want to take it from there? I feel like you really like that scene.
I do. I mean, I think the I don't know if I have like so much to say about it aside from it just being like this really beautiful kind of double hit of a scene where like earlier on you get a flashback to Patrice's funeral, and you see like, you know, all the people she's affected in her life talking about her. I think shaman from Gods Will Be Watching is literally there orchestrating the funeral, which is sick as fuck. You see that like her daughter or granddaughter, I can never remember which one exactly, is named like Maria Fortuna.
Yeah, it's so moving.
It's this really beautiful moving scene, and then you return to that spot as Fortuna. It might be that night, but you return to that lot like everyone's gone and it's just Fortuna there. And I do you know that Patrice is a witch before this?
Nope.
Yeah, so I
Oh wait. No, you don't. You don't.
Mhm. So I'm like seeing this scene ready for this like emotional gut punch of Fortuna visiting her sister's grave and being like sorry that I wasn't there or whatever, because you know you can tell how much Patrice felt the absence of her. And then Patrice fucking pops out of the ground like a zombie. And it's like, oh shit, this is the night of her ascension into witchhood. And it just kind of like adds to their dynamic. One, the scene is beautiful. It's lit immaculately. It's got like this nice dark blue light shining over everything, backlighting the characters. And it's like this kind of tragic imagery where just because of how ascending to witchhood works and like the times of their lives that it happened, it's like Fortuna hasn't aged a day since she ascended, and Patrice has lived a whole life as a mortal.
Yeah.
And I think
I should just point out
Fortuna
very
was
quickly.
Go for it.
Just that the reason Patrice rises from the ground, it turns out, is because Fortuna did a reading,
Yeah.
tarot reading, to kind of, send her off.
Mm-hmm.
And that reading was, what is it that they would have done if they had lived together on Earth? Which I'm curious how, if it affected anything, considering Fortuna is a witch and she didn't stay on Earth. But the second one is, she tries to go beyond what she saw when she the last time she stopped reading, when she got to the bone cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just gets these wild readings of like, oh, you will become an archivist, or oh, you will become a journalist, or whatever. And it's like, huh, what the fuck are you talking about? And then the second after, Patrice rises, and it's like, oh, she wrote a future that could only happen if Patrice becomes a witch, and so she became a witch.
Mm-hmm. There's an interesting thing to think about too, where so one of the major aspects of the election is deciding what to do with Adana's corpse, because Adana is still kind of sticking around as a corpse until they decide what to do with it. And the options are essentially like vertical or horizontal evolution. So you choose between all the witches in the coven eating a part of Adana's corpse and becoming stronger, or spreading Adana's corpse among the cosmos to create more witches that would join the coven. And now that I think about it, you can totally do both, and abuse Fortuna's powers to just create more witches if that's how Patrice came to be.
There is a third option though.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a devouring Adana just the superior.
Yeah. Just the leader eats her. Yeah. But I mean, I think that's like presented a bit later.
Yeah. Okay.
Not that I was trying to stick to chronology, just like the initial two platforms that anybody's running on and that anyone's talking about is whether or not to like make the coven stronger or on like in a magical sense or make it stronger in a numbers and variety sense, I guess.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, it's really all I wanted to say about Patrice's ascension is just that it's a fucking beautiful scene and you got to go see it for yourself.
Yeah. Afterwards, Patrice will show up, and she will basically be like she basically comes to you the second she hears that you get visitors. Like Fortuna didn't warn her herself, and so they kind of catch up. Patrice is kind of aggressive, like overbearing towards her. Well, I mean, she's mostly pissed that she only now receives the visitors. That Fortuna didn't tell her, I mean.
Yeah, like right away.
Yeah. And so they catch up and stuff, and then they get into this argument about how, like, Fortuna doesn't need Patrice in her life, but Patrice wants to be in Fortuna's life. And Fortuna is like, she just wants to be independent. She doesn't want to be treated like a princess. And then Patrice has this outburst of like, why did you turn me into a witch then? To which Fortuna starts responding by that, like, no, we talked about this. That's not how it works. I predicted. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, fuck. And it's really like, oh, yeah. Fortuna gave her bone cancer and then turned her into a witch.
And cursed her with death and immortality.
Yeah. I mean, but the way Patrice, like, and this is where you get, Patrice's good nature shines, is that she really takes it in strides. I mean, she mostly wants to focus on Fortuna on that moment, and she's like, look, hey, for one, you didn't kill me. Bone cancer took me, and if it wasn't going to be bone cancer, it was going to be truck or all the fucking drugs I took and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, well, you turned me into a witch. I hold you accountable for that, but it's not like being a witch it definitely beats eternal slumber, So that's what she tells her, right?
Yeah.
And then her argument is like, look, oh yeah, you get, she asks you like, okay, what the fuck did you do this time? Because she kind of can tell that you did something very, very bad. I've never in a playthrough lied to her and didn't tell Abramar to show up. I don't know what choice did you pick? Did you?
I showed her. Yeah.
Yeah. It's obvious, right?
Anyone that's like, this is my friend or this is someone I trust, at least to a degree, I show Abramer.
Yeah, because it's epic, and they go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
A fucking behemoth, Fortuna, and he talks. So anyway, Patrice wants to bail you out, and she says like, look, currently with Aetana dead, your best shot at bailing out on that whole behemoth situation, and also in general, is for you to become leader. She gives you a good argument if you like dig into it in the conversation, which you don't necessarily get, but like she says that basically you are an oracle, and I know you personally. If something grave happens in the Covenant, you will interfere and try to do readings. It is better that you do that in the position of the leaders, where you are surrounded with people that are going to give you the best information to work from. So Patrice wants you to be leader and kind of pushes you into it. And that's where the election starts.
And misquote Spider-Man.
Incredible.
Which actually, now that I think about it, because we did talk about this in in our cut version of this episode, I have since realized that I kind of have a bone to pick with the accuracy of this. It's fucking stupid. But I don't know. The nerd in me can't let it slide without going actually, which is that Patrice misquotes with great power comes great responsibility, and Fortuna like clowns on her for that. But with great power comes great responsibility. I can't say I know with 100% certainty, but I am so 99% sure was an invention of the 2000 Sam Raimi movie, which Fortuna would not have been immortal long enough to see. Editing Jacob here, double actually. The Sam Raimi Spider-Man films did not invent the phrase with great power comes great responsibility. However, they are the origin of that phrase being attributed to Uncle Ben. And if that's wrong, then I guess I'm just wrong here. Thank you. And so Fortuna clouding on her for misquoting that is I mean maybe she heard it from another witch.
Right, that's what I was about to say.
Fun anecdote to go back to being to talking about my sad past, my cool fucking backstory, is that was kind of something I experienced while at the program, because you're like completely cut off from the world. And so I kind of related to Fortuna in those moments where like a younger witch would show up and tell you about something from Earth that you didn't know about. Where like, you want to know how I learned that Obito was the masked man in Naruto?
Oh god.
Was some fucking new kid showed up at the program and found out I liked Naruto and started talking about current events in the manga as if I hadn't been fucking separated from culture for 2 years.
God,
I was like, this bitch ass motherfucker. When I think about it, it's the most obvious twist in the fucking world that Obito is the masked man. But, you know, fuck you, I didn't know that.
That's pretty funny though.
But yeah, but
getting isolated and spoiled on top of that, that's fucked up.
Yeah. But yeah, because when I got sent away, at least in the anime, it was maybe at like the very beginning of like the Gokage Summit arc in Naruto. This is for all my Narutards out there. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So, you know, the reveal of Obito being the masked man wouldn't be for a while, even in the manga, I think. But whatever. The where were we?
Patrice.
With great power comes great responsibility. That's what I want to get in, because also, you know, something we scrapped from episode 1 that I really wanted to touch on was that like there's an interesting flip that gets switched in this game, and I guess would continue in Many Nights a Whisper, where we've talked a lot about in like Red Strings Club the importance of not playing God, and you can totally play that game with that feeling in mind. Like that's how I played it. But suddenly we are thrust with the responsibility of playing God, whereas like Akara in Red Strings Club didn't need to be doing it, but devised a way so that she could. Whereas in this, it's like, it's a power that we have inherently, and we could just decide not to use it, but there's so much good that could be done with it that we wouldn't be doing if we didn't.
And I think it's like, it comes back, it's also an evolution that you see in Many Nights a Whisper, which is like, okay, we've done in Gods We'll Be Watching absolute nihilism. It doesn't matter if you choose the extreme violence or the compromise. Both will end in disaster and the worst of all possible worlds.
Mm-hmm.
In Red Strings Club, it's about how even if you have the power to like end crimes and hate and all that stuff, you shouldn't do it, because then you will like modify humanity itself and all of the bad that's packed with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that and I think this is why Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood has these elections in our current political climate, in the times we're going through right now, for the last dozen of years, but really a lot longer than that. It's not about people being corrupted by power or whatever. It's people that have the power to change things and choose not to.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have the power, if we do have the powers to make a positive effort change into the world, even if it's a godlike power or whatever, just don't let it fucking corrupt you, man. Get good.
Yeah.
And change the world.
You use it responsibly. And it's played as a bit, but I think like channeling fucking Spider-Man in that moment is so fitting. Because this really
good.
is great power, and with it comes great responsibility, and it fucking rules.
Hell yeah. One more thing about Patrice, she asks you to read into her end again, because she misses the feeling of superpower she had as a model when she knew she was going to die of bone cancer in her 50s, and so she could do anything before then.
Yeah.
My first playthrough, I did that reading. Knowing her personality, I was kind of like trying to come up with a good ending for her, not really thinking about the other stuff. And one of the readings was like, oh, you are going to die killing half of the witches in the universe in a burst of magic. And when I read that, what came to mind was the Jet meme video, Sonic video of like Shadow talking whatever his name is, Memphis, about his plan. And when Memphis is like, look, they crucify you in the future, and Shadow looks back and he goes, that's kind of badass. And so I chose that option because of that.
That's so funny, because I was thinking of a different Jet video when you mentioned him. I was thinking of the one from Shadow the Hedgehog where Sonic's like, remember, Shadow, when you go on a quest for revenge, dig 2 graves. And Shadow's like, that's a stupid fucking quote. I'm gonna kill way more than 2 people.
That one works too.
And I can so picture Patrice's reaction, going like, that's kind of badass, because like she does this little side smirk all the time, and it's so endearing, and I can picture that is the exact like frame when she says that.
Except that's not what happened.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She told me, wow, not only I die, but I also have to kill half of the witches. Bro, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
And she's mad at me, and I'm like, oh shit, right, that's how my power works. I didn't just predict how Patrice will die. I also condemned half of the witches in existence to perish.
Yeah.
Oops. Lots of fire energy though.
Oh, I bet.
Do you have something special to say about that reading?
No, I think I picked like a milquetoast happy ending, and she was kind of disappointed.
Okay, so then I redeemed myself in another playthrough.
Okay.
And I predicted that she would die in an orgy, spreading her essence to hundreds of lovers.
That is the one I picked. Yeah. That one was so good.
That's not a mic.
No, I know. I know.
I just hyped about that one.
I just didn't remember, and I pulled something out of my ass. I did my own divination reading.
In so funny ways. It's so cool.
Is it cool?
I find it cool. You get to relive the moments, the coolest moments.
I guess
by
that's true.
remembering them and forgetting them.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah. You know what?
So
it works great too, because like this is super tangential. I often find people who are super spoiler averse to be like the most annoying people on planet Earth, because oftentimes
I was that person.
Huh?
I need to confess now. I was that person. I would get into arguments with my friends when they would tell me the slightest fucking spoiler.
Damn. Emphasis on was, though?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. You know, it's something you have to grow out of, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But because oftentimes, I'll like see a spoiler and go like, oh, that's really interesting, and I want to see why that's what happens. But, you know, thinking about it now, I also get to I realize now that I also will completely fucking forget that that's what happens until it happens, and then I get to go, oh yeah. Which is what happened with fucking that choice in Lisa, where you can ask like, why are you doing this? And he goes, fuck you, and takes both your arm and all your shit.
Yeah.
I 100% knew, at least at some point in my life, that is what happens in that moment, but I forgot about it until it happened.
Yeah.
It's
so funny.
So yeah, what else?
Well, we move on. We start planning out the campaign for real.
Mm-hmm.
And this part is interesting because I was basically like, Dahlia's program is cool and based. I don't want to change anything about it.
Yeah, I think for me, I think we probably did the same thing where I was like, my platform is essentially Dahlia's platform, but maybe slightly more realistic.
Nope. I didn't do that.
You just did exactly Dahlia's platform.
No, I at first I said, oh, I don't want to change anything about Dahlia's. I don't imagine what I could do. And then when you explore the option, the way the elections work basically for the program is that you have 5 main topics. From what I recall, it's like
judgment, which is how like the coven will be operated. So Adana's form of judgment was that she would communicate with the gods and run her coven by how like they spelled it out to her. Law enforcement. So, you know, will people be exiled for 1,000 years for doing something against the law? What kind of punishment will someone receive for violating the law? That forbidden arts, so basically like what will be the coven's response to partaking in a forbidden art? Will it be exile? Will it be actually forbidden arts is okay?
No, it's not that. It's are certain ritual forbidden or not at all?
Yeah, that's basically what I mean. Will will forbidden arts continue to be forbidden, or will you allow them, or will you treat them differently depending on what kind of forbidden art it is? There's mortal affairs, so, you know, how will we keep interacting with mortals? Because up to this point, Adana's methodology has basically been like taking advantage of mortals, like for instance, demanding that World War III be started so we can harvest a shit ton of fire energy. And witch duties, so like, what do you need to do to provide to the coven to continue your membership? Because people can just be like banned from the coven. Like Fortuna was exiled, not banned. So after her 1,000 years of exile, she can return. But some people are just like relieved of their membership. And I guess at that point they become an individual witch or go to another coven, because it's not like they're stripped of witchhood.
Yeah, I think they will go to another coven.
Yeah. Okay. So witch duties is essentially like, what do you need to do to be part of the coven, part of the community? So like Dahlia's platform on that is like an energy tax. Adana's is like a fucking quarterly report where you have to show that your witch numbers are going up to continue being a fucking part of the coven. She's a capitalist. And then those are the typical metrics that an election would be held on, but this one has the special extra metric on what your stance is on what you do with Adana's corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not the coven eats it and gains more power, or you spread it, welcoming new witches to your coven. Or secret third option, eat it yourself as the leader.
Yeah. So basically, once you discuss with Patrice and make the program, the point of the program is that if you want to win at all, you can't copy someone else's program completely. Your program needs to be unique enough. And so you discuss all those options with Patrice. You can pick... At this point of the game, Copressa is introduced as the third candidate. And what Copressa wants to do is basically keep everything the same as Aiden did.
Yeah, reinforce the status quo.
I mean, it's basically a way for Aedana to do a return in her way of ruling, which I think is interesting because it's like it gives us an occasion to confront it for good, and not just have Aedana die on us.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that, so you will discuss with Patrice, certain options are just knocked out of Fortuna's character. For example, exile, fuck exile. Not considering it. For you can't. There are certain doctrines of Aedana that you can keep, but I'm pretty sure that like 2 or 3 of them are out of the question.
Yeah.
What's interesting is also like you don't just pick through other people's programs, but for every subject, you will discuss with Patrice, can't we find something else? And you will come up with your own thing.
Yeah.
So, for example, Jasmine's program on judgment is that a selection of elders will decide together.
Yeah.
So it's less arbitrary than the fucking divine judgment or whatever, but it is just as, liable to individualism and elitism. Daya is a full-on referendum with all the witches, so completely horizontal. And what you can come up with Fortuna is a system of ministers, with the idea being that the main government has several ministers, and those ministers are, deal with their own bullshit. So it's something similar to what we currently have in our modern world for most form of government, you would say. With
an asterisk, sure, but
yeah, with plenty of asterisks. And you get all those options. And basically, what I did is that I chose all the alternate options that Fortuna came up with because I was impressed with how I felt contrived by the options that the game was giving me at first, and then I was like, oh, there are other options.
Yeah.
And so I was like, and the way Fortuna argued for them, I was like, interesting. And so I picked everything Fortuna proposed, except for Aedana's corpse. I would like do the same as Dahlia and disperse it.
Nice. Okay.
That was my preferred playthrough.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think we had similar methodology then, except I did just incorporate some of Dahlia's. I don't remember exactly which ones were Dahlia's or not, but I have like my choices on screen, which is like the ministry system, which was the alternative option, community service for law enforcement, which I think was part of Dahlia's platform, free access and education for forbidden arts, which I think was that also a Dahlia's platform?
Wait, no, community service, that's Fortuna, because Dahlia just wanted to like solve it through
like
amicably.
A trust system kind of.
Yeah. And it's not completely insane because it's only 100 witch in this coven,
Yeah.
We're not talking about 1 million people country, but still, you could argue that's naive.
I mean, I think the really interesting thing, and I think this is a good segue point to get to, is that like Dahlia's is ideal for me. So my platform was like Dahlia's program, but maybe a little less naive, a little more realistic. So like so picking Fortuna's like alternate options. But then you get the chance to do a reading for the outcome of the election.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked Dahlia. I picked that Dahlia would win. Even though
you didn't pick for yourself?
Nope. I predicted Dahlia's victory because I was like, my platform is the one that I think maybe makes more sense, but Dahlia's is the one that I want. Deconstructeam, if anything, has taught me to shoot for the better world, even if it's not the realistic one, Like through all of their games, like there's always been I can't remember exactly which one it was where we talked about it. I think it was actually in Many Nights a Whisper where we were talking about the one who asks you to remove the need for work, and I didn't grant that wish thinking it was a monkey's paw situation, but then the dream you have is of like a utopia where people make things for the hell of making it rather than for necessity.
For not picking for accepting that wish.
Yeah.
Stop working.
Yeah, and so I like just carried on that philosophy.
Hell yeah.
And in that, and I'm like, Dahlia, like I don't think it's necessarily the most realistic one, but if it works, that's fucking perfect.
Hell yeah.
So I predicted she would win, and then spoiler alert, when she does win and you get a little reflection on how the coven has been since she became elected leader, Deconstructing put their money where their fucking mouth is, and the coven is thriving, and it's the best it's ever been. And it has more diversity than it's ever had, and it's been stronger than it's ever been, and it's fucking awesome.
Hell yeah. And so you did not only you predicted that Dahlia would win, you also did her campaign, right?
What you mean?
Well, Patrice asks you like, do you want to just follow things along, or do you want to help Dahlia win?
I still ran my own campaign.
Okay.
Partially, I mean, one because I feel like it would still part of it was the notion of like, I have this power, but it would still be foolish of me to not live as if I didn't, it to some degree. So it's like, even if I know, I mean, it's like the fucking it kind of like the nihilist view is that we all die, so nothing fucking matters. But it's like you still gotta live as if you're not gonna die. So I still gotta run my campaign as even if I know I'm not gonna win.
Yeah, it's like despite having done 3 playthroughs, not 2. I done 3 playthroughs. Despite having done 3 playthroughs, I still haven't done a single playthrough where like I actively helped another candidate and I was curious what it did.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You make a campaign poster, which is rad as fuck.
Yeah. You are basically presented with like the same crafting system as the cards, but for a campaign poster, and it rules.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, that campaign poster is rad. I just wanted to mention it. Abramar asked you what you think of politics. What did you answer him?
I think like necessary, but ass. I don't remember the exact words, but it like sucks, but gotta do it.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I think that's how I feel. That's how I would imagine Fortuna feels, given her situation.
Yeah, you can make some Fortuna say like, I actually like talking about politics, and then Abramar is like, would you run for leader? And you can make Fortuna say, if you haven't been on board, if you've been not on board with any of the 2 programs, like either Jasmine or Dahlia's, you can make her say, actually, this is why I refuse to follow them. I would like to become leader myself. I don't know how the fuck I will do it from here though.
Nice. That's cool.
And Abraham is really psyched about that.
Hell yeah.
Really happy to have be the evil thing running in the elections.
And so at this point, basically the rest of the game is this election cycle where you have a certain number of days to like build your platform and like take down other platforms, and you have an ensemble of supporters who help you run your campaign, being Patrice, if Greth didn't get fucking killed by Taya, Greth,
yeah,
and the Peppermancer, Ileana for me, and Abramer. And you can send...
actually, you only get Greth helping you out actively in the campaign if she's your lover.
That makes sense, yeah. I actually feel like it may have been a detriment to me that I had so many people helping on my campaign, because I was like, I guess go do this. I don't know what else to send you to fucking do. And that kind of backfired on me in certain points where, because basically you can send them out to, like, support your program with different, like, sects of the community. So, you know, go support my program and like promote it to the novices, go promote it to the producers, go promote it to the elders, whatever. You can challenge other people's programs. So like, you know, I want to challenge Jasmine's program to have an ensemble of elders be in control. You can send them to like dig up dirt on your opponents, and you can send them to go like harvest energy so you can make new cards, basically. I had the backfire because the other thing is you can still get visitations while you're running your campaign, but you can't have the visitations while one of your campaigners are in the room.
Yeah, you need to send everyone to stuff.
And sometimes I was like, you know, I don't really need energy, so I don't want to send you out to go harvest energy, but I need you out of my fucking room so I can have this visitation. So I'd be like, go dig up dirt. And I dug up too much dirt on people that it started like catching wind that I was playing a dirty campaign or whatever.
Damn. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But essentially, I mean, what was your strategy here?
So I gotta say, this is basically the gods will be watching level.
Yeah.
Because you're literally sending people to tasks and there is a timeline and stuff. And it's I mean, again, they're fucking flexing. They've done the best gods will be watching level.
Oh yeah.
In not gods will be watching.
Definitely.
My strategy, I was trying shit out. Then I wasn't getting the result I expected, and so I went to bed and read the Patrice's stuff, her demographic studies, which basically tells you about the different groups of witches. And when Patrice came back, and what I asked her to do was like promote our program to the novices, and I was like, our program with the like mentora system is definitely the most novice friendly of all the programs, so I thought it was going to be a guaranteed win. But then Patrice was like, damn, those fucking newbies weren't really getting it. And I realized like, oh, I need to send the right person.
Yeah, that was a really cool aspect, because yeah, I think I sent Ileana to like go appeal to the elders, and she's like, I'm fucking brand new, I don't know what you wanted me to do there. They don't like me.
Yeah, and it turns out that actually Ileana is perfect for pitching to the novices.
Yeah, because she's the most relatable.
She's also really
to
good
them.
for preaching to the producers.
Yeah,
which are on Jasmine's side. But they are surprisingly receptive to Ileana. Also, damn, if depending on the predictions you make of Ileana of how she's going to do in the coven, that also impacts her efficiency, because you can predict that she fucking kills it and slays it as her entry in the coven and like fucking overachieves from the get-go.
Yeah.
Which improves their standing when she persuades and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Patrice is really good at opposing other people's program. And like I'm saying all those things, like basically my third playthrough, I gamed the elections so fucking hard. I was at by the 10th cycle, I was at 85% in ratings, in
Damn.
quote. Yeah, and then I was like at 98, 95% by the end. Not even in the debate.
Uh-huh.
So I spent all of the debate at almost 100%.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, like, but it's basically the way you need to play it is that they actually make sense if you just need to stop and think about it. Like, for example, attacking the other people's programs on their hot takes is a guaranteed strategy to win. Like, for example, Dahlia being like, oh, no interjection whatsoever on the rituals, super easy to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Jasmine's all rituals are super forbidden, super easy to attack. And Patrice is really good at that, so that's what I will send her to do most of the time. And then the other two will be depending on what I want. And I almost never, I still haven't done the like playing it dirty strategy, which is again the reason why I want to do an evil playthrough, is to have an excuse to dig up dirty things and then bring it up in the debate at the end.
Uh-huh.
Which I still haven't done.
Damn. Yeah, I even though I dug up so much dirt that people got mad at me, I still never did it. I still never brought it up in the debate.
So you didn't ask for, you didn't do a lot of like look for peoples and opportunities?
I did, yeah. I met every witch.
Oh, okay, nice, great. I was scared for a second.
It's just that I literally had so many people running my campaign that I started running out of shit for them to do. Other than go dig up dirt.
Yeah, you basically need to do either promotion or opposition.
Yeah.
Is the main thing you gotta do. It's just,
so
for it to be rewarding, you actually need to put some thought into this.
But so your strategy was just to like keep you on top as much as possible in the polls.
I was just min-maxing the ratings.
Okay. Yeah, because mine was like, since I predicted and wanted Dahlia to win, my strategy was essentially like destroy Jasmine's campaign. Because like Capressa is popular with the elders, but other than that, she's basically a non-starter candidate. Like no one really wants her. She's very unpopular with the majority of the coven. So for the most part, I was essentially ignoring Capressa and only like dealing with her when I just needed to send someone to do something. So the whole like time I was basically opposing Jasmine's campaign and promoting the platforms that Dahlia and I aligned on, so that Dahlia and I would be consistently on top. So for a good amount of it, like basically until the getting punished for digging up too much dirt, Dahlia and I were like 45% each for the majority of the campaign.
Interesting. Yeah, it's cool how, depending on the moments, you will want to kind of not lay it on too thick on someone else, because it's like, yeah, sure, they're gaining popularity, but they're taking this popularity from the one that's currently in the lead, so that in the long run that actually advantages me.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're running an actual electoral campaign and it feels bad because you're, doing constructed deception or whatever, but it's
especially
genuine,
feels bad because you're doing it against your friends.
Yeah.
Which gets like super drilled in where about like halfway through the campaign, or maybe like even close to the end of the campaign, you get like this really nice flashback scene where like for like the three of them, Fortuna, Jasmine, and Dahlia, are just sitting around like drinking Jasmine's tea, and they're kind of talking about like a bunch of stuff, but I think the big focus of the conversation is like the different times they lived in and like the different worlds they lived in, because Dahlia isn't from Earth. um and it ends in this scene where, like, I don't even remember how it gets here, but they all just decide to start dancing.
Because they ate some space cakes.
That's right. Yeah, they got high and start dancing.
Yeah, they got high on drugged brownies from Jasmine. I gotta say, Jasmine is kind of based in that. Honestly, like,
yeah,
the witch of the space cake. That's insane.
And there's this really fun part of it where Jasmine's doing this dance, and I'm like, this doesn't look like a dance a woman from the 1800s could do. And then the literal like next line of dialogue was like either Dahlia or Fortuna was like, "Damn, Jasmine, did you learn some new moves?" And she's like, "Hell yeah!" And I'm like, "Oh, that fucking rules!" Like they're thinking about that, you know? They're thinking about every aspect of it, and it's so like wholesome
good
that she learned these new moves from these new witches. I think there's even a bit similarly where you're talking to Ileana and she's like, "Man, you're fucking missing out since you haven't played fucking Steam." Like, I don't remember. She brings up some specific games. I don't remember what they are, but she's like,
"Fuck, I don't think I had those conversations. Damn."
Oh, really?
Gotta get back to it. And Griff mentions Minecraft at some point.
Oh yeah, true.
It's really funny. Something I wanted to bring up about the election is Copressa. She visits you before you start the elections. And her deal is basically, she makes a compelling argument at some point that, like, basically she wants to keep doing Aedanas, and she's like, humans aren't able to do altruism. You've created a world, but you've never actually done it. She interrogates you about, like, what is the best nature you can think of in a leader.
Yeah.
I don't know, what is it that you answered to that?
I answered empathy.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever picked empathy. I chose either integrity or selflessness. I think I picked empathy at some point. But anyway, Cupressa's deal is like, look, plants by their very nature do not have self-interest. They will nurture. You can treat me however you want. I will keep on nurturing you. And that's the kind of vision she presents in favor of conservatism or whatever. She's like, Aidana's thing has been the best for years. I just want to keep it going, and it will keep on going on automatically and automatically help you.
I do think there's a part of it that's interesting where I think you can even ask her and she's like, yeah, no, I don't really agree with a lot of what Aidana's practices were, but they were working.
And it's interesting to me because, like, to me, like, Aidana's fucking space scorching things of, like, making everyone's life miserable, I was like, damn, that's the last thing a tree should align with. But then I thought back on it, and I found it interesting that, like, Cupressa is a tree from Earth, and a very, very old tree from, like, before mankind or whatever. And she ascended, and basically she is looking down on humans, but she hasn't experienced capitalism for herself. She hasn't experienced modern humanity for herself. If she did, she would make the parallel with Aidana's thing, but she didn't. And therefore, she ends up in this weird twisted place where she aligns with her. And you can, with Fortuna, you can make basically the same argument, an argument that's very similar to Donovan in the Resistance Club, that, like, look, humans don't even necessarily want stability from a government. Stability in itself isn't necessarily something that people desire. But moving on from that, I chose knowledge for my third playthrough. And when you choose knowledge, Aidana's corpse gives you one of her eyes to act as your third eye.
Huh. Okay.
So, Cooper says it stands on what to do with Aidana's corpse, which, isn't something that was in Aidana's policy, obviously, was to keep it and use it as an oracle.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if I should tell you or the listeners, because it's kind of a secret.
I want to hear
I
it.
really want
I want
to
to hear
tell
it.
it.
Say it.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
You want to hear it? Ah.
This is
Okay,
this is the definitive podcast episode on Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Say it.
Okay, fine, but not last warning. Even if you hear it, even if you haven't played the game and you still haven't paused and quitted by then, and even if you hear what I'm about to say and you go like, oh well, now that I've heard it, I don't need to play the game. No, you still need to play the game, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you learn that, Fortuna is like, she loves Aidana. Do I confront her about it or not? I chose to confront her about it, obviously.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, well, yeah, I enjoyed her program and stuff. And Fortuna is like, no. You liked her romantically.
Uh-huh.
Damn, I was wondering why is it you wanted to keep her corpse around.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, because
that tree wanted to bond that corpse. and so she's like, look, I am still working on these feelings. And then Fortune is like, damn, all of your argument about selflessness and the all is kind of bullshit. You're just running in those elections to bond that corpse.
Oh, that's so interesting. Holy shit. I was like, I thought I dug up the most damning dirt I possibly could on Capressa during the dirt digging segment, but like that's so much more damning.
Oh yeah, and you can make her drop out of the election or
really?
make her choose you as a leader if the situation arises.
Ooh,
or nothing.
Okay. That's so cool. Because, yeah, the dirt that I was thinking of that I want to mention while we're here is that you find out that since she is a tree, like, her memories don't work the way that, like, people's memories do. Like, anything she remembers is physically ingrained in her as one of her, like, tree rings. And so it's, like, not even possible for her to forget it. But Abramer, who I sent out to dig up the dirt on her, finds out that at some point she had a memory of Aidana physically removed from her being so that she wouldn't be able to remember it, since memories are stored physically on her. So they like physically are removed a part of her body.
Yeah, and probably with her consent. So like, she literally participated in erasing the story, despite her being a historian witch. So that's pretty damning. But
this game fucking rules, man.
It does. And when she says like, oh, I think I gotta leave. Fortuna is like, I'm sorry. And Cooper says, no, you're not. Just leaves, which is so much more pathetic and sad than her when she leaves in other playthroughs. Did you draw the card for her?
Yeah, I did.
Did you do something funny?
I took the opportunity every time. I don't remember exactly what the reading is, but my reading was essentially that she would sacrifice herself for the coven.
That's the reading you do at the end. I was not talking about when she visits you.
I did, but I don't know. I didn't take note of it.
It's okay. Because my first playthrough, I drew a red card for her. And one of my options, which I didn't take, but one of my options was, you are going to drop out of the race and drive and go into insanity and kill yourself.
Oh yeah, I remember that option. I didn't pick that one,
And I
but
was
I remember
like,
it.
Jesus fucking Christ! You can like you know, she asks you like, oh, are you ready? Would you really draw the cards for an opponent? Like a favor, and then in your mind you can go like, yes, I'm going to draw the cards for you.
Yeah, there. I mean, the conversation in which I took note of like how it made me feel like talking to or having lunch with the owner of the program I was in was this Capressa conversation, even though it like also felt that way talking to Adana. So I basically treated Capressa in the same way I treated Adana.
Fair enough.
Though I guess I wasn't as vindictive because I don't think I picked the you will drop out and go insane option.
This is pure evil. Like I just want to do a pure evil playthrough of this game.
Good luck, man. You'll have to tell me how it goes because I don't think I could bring myself to do it.
Me neither. I've never been able to fully commit to a full evil playthrough.
I couldn't even fully commit to a full evil playthrough of Fallout 3, a game in which morality is meaningless.
Damn.
But Three Dog doesn't like you if you're evil, and I couldn't deal with it. But there is a funny bit, Fallout 3 tangent, where like the Three Dog will talk on the radio about like the things you've done, and it's like if you did something that gave you good karma, he'll like bootlick you, and if you did something that gives you bad karma, he'll talk shit about you. And oftentimes he'll just go like back to back on different events. And so there have been quite a few times, because I played this game a million times, even though it's pretty vapid. It's just like, it's a comfort game for me. I've done quite a few times where I've been like, all right, this is the one. I'm finally going to do an evil playthrough. And then I like chicken out halfway through and turn good. But I always like start the evil playthrough and cement it by nuking Megaton. Because it's like, how do you go back from that? But it's really funny where like when I've chickened out later in the playthrough and done a good playthrough where it's like Three Dog will go, this monster, this absolute piece of shit wanderer in the wasteland chose to nuke a town of good, hardworking people. In our next story, this Jesus-like figure, our savior, our beloved wasteland wanderer, has given 100 bottles of purified water to a single homeless man to get his karma up. We love him so much. And just having that back to back was so funny every time it would happen.
Damn, that's insane. Good tangent.
Yeah, thank you.
Very funny. Speaking of tangent, I just want to bring out a few little things that happened in the election, even if it's not major. I really liked it. You make an intergalactic poem.
Yeah, that part rules.
Were you satisfied with the poem you came up with in the end?
Yeah, I liked mine.
Nice. Do you remember it?
I have it right here.
Let's go!
You threw yourself into the whirlwind. Waiting on the first beat of a new universe, you float, weightless, timeless, inside the potential of magic. You know what needs to be done in order to succeed.
Fuck, that rules. Damn, I only was satisfied with a poem my third time around. And so that's why I looked up the screenshots on my Steam Deck.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, I screenshotted it not just because I knew we would talk about it, but because I just wanted to have it.
Yeah, me too. Like, man, this game makes you do poetry. I want more games that make me do poetry, goddammit. Okay.
Gotta play Ghosts of Tsushima, bro.
I guess that's a good argument. Damn.
It's actually like I say that kind of shit-eating grinnily, but it actually is pretty sick. All the different haiku opportunities.
Hell yeah. Okay, here goes.
Okay.
Okay, will you shut the fuck up, Jacob?
No!
I'm trying to read a poem here. I'm
Oh,
bracing
my
myself
bad, my
emotionally.
bad, my bad. Okay, go for it.
Okay. This was written in the skull of the living. The screams of the witches who burned inside the white star reach you. One of them is laughing. Feel our sisters anew to truly mend our hearts. Say something, I feel embarrassed.
Oh, Discord isn't picking that up. I was doing the like little snaps you do at a poetry reading instead of clapping.
That's the first time I have heard of that.
Yeah. Pardon my this French ass motherfucker hasn't heard of snapping in response to a poem.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I'm pretty sure that's not like a US thing. I'm pretty sure that's just me being an uncultured foreigner.
I mean, I guess I put that on French because my the like stereotypical image of someone reciting poetry is someone wearing a beret. But maybe that's not. Maybe the snapping thing isn't a French thing. I just picture it because of the beret.
And the overall artsy thing that people imagine, but then you go to Paris and everything is it looks like shit, and you wonder why is it that you took a vacation there.
Yeah,
that's the common experience. Welcome to France, motherfucker.
People, when I went to France, well, I was sick as fuck. I had the flu. Oh yeah, I don't know. Have I said that? I've been to France. I've been to Paris.
I think you said that on a class. Is that it?
Yeah, it was a school trip.
Yeah.
And Paris was like the end of the trip, and I had gotten like deathly ill by then, so I spent the time in Paris in the fucking hotel room.
Yeah.
Which man, I used to be so good at school where like fucking Mean Girls was on the TV in French, so I didn't understand what they were saying, but I knew the big math question at the end of the movie because I just knew math. So that was interesting. Great anecdote. Yeah, good poem. I liked it.
There you go.
Also feels like another divination, considering what happens during the election.
Yep.
There's one last thing I really wanted to talk about of just like random little events that happened during this cycle, but is there anything else you specifically wanted to bring up before I do that?
Well, Jacob, we need to break it to the viewer, but all of it
was a dream.
Yes.
Okay.
It was all a dream.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So basically, you're doing this election. I mean, I kind of wanted to talk about a little more about the game before we got to the ending, but this is okay too.
Yeah.
So you like invite someone in and the screen cuts to black, and every time like the chapter advances, you get like the chapter number on screen. So screen cuts to black, final chapter. And you wake up on the beach right after you had made the wish to become a witch and have walked off into the sea. And Ava and Patrice are like, what the hell were you doing? Like, what's the problem with you? Were you trying to kill yourself? And you end up being like, what? I'm confused. Like, no, this isn't how it went.
Then it's like they take you back to the by elevator, like kind of nurse you and accompany you. Fortuna is just confused. Patrice is frustrated with her. Eva is trying to be the one that's listening to her, and so she asks her what's been going on. And that's Fortuna say, well, I was a witch. There are elections going on. Eva asks you what you are doing during those elections. You can say that, oh, it's a shit show, or that you're running, and then why is it that you're running? Well, I don't know. To repair what the predecessors did. Potentially because I've realized I can bend reality with my cards. Yeah.
And then Abramer appears and tells you to wake up. And you come to back in your little asteroid, and yeah, it's just this really cool bit where one of your opponents has like decided to sabotage you by putting you in this fucking genjutsu illusion.
To try and see if you make you say something like she trying to make you say something digging up some dirt on you, basically.
Yeah. Do you know who sent that operation?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I mean, it's not an opponent. It's just the witch about with the sensations.
Oh.
Of the.
Yeah, but isn't she working for one of the other?
I don't think so. I think she investigates for herself, because then she just writes you out, whether for good or for bad. Like if you say like, I just want everyone to be happy, she says, hey, look, guys, that girl is genuinely wanting the best for all of us, almost naively, so it's kind of scary.
Interesting. That bit works so well too, where like trying to describe what's happening in the game to someone who's like clearly like just at least in the illusion, like the whoever crafted the illusion was a fucking genius, because it really does feel like Ava is just trying to play along with your delusions for the sake of helping you. But it's like it really works as like coming to back as a human, realizing like it almost feels like you're realizing you were in a delusion when you're trying to describe what's happening, because it does sound fucking insane.
How did you feel when it happened?
I definitely didn't expect that to be how this game ends, but I did buy into final chapter. Though I don't think it was the real start of the final chapter, because you do get the chapter 7 title later.
Yeah, it's just a fake out.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah,
because
really
it's like,
cool.
I was already starting to cope with myself and be like, remember Clair Obscur, remember it's not about the meta-narrative and all that stuff. It's about how you feel. It doesn't matter that it's not real. You already know it's not real. And I was reciting that mantra. Then Abraham showed up and I was like, fuck you, we're back!
Yeah, there's a lot of cool moments throughout the election cycle like that. There's another one where you get visited by like this witch from a coven that like worships jade obelisks, who she and like 9 other witches have been exiled for trying to alter the jade in some way, and you can like welcome her to the coven. I think you can probably turn her away too, but it's really interesting where like I welcomed her in, and you can totally do so in like a scumbag, like blackmail way. Like, I'll only welcome you in if you support me in the election. But I just welcomed them in and like did not demand anything from them. Didn't not even demand like a payment of energy or whatever. And they just still support you anyways. And then like your opponents still use that against you. Like, she only invited them in knowing that they would support her. And I was like, no, I actually expected I would be shooting myself in the foot a little, not making them support me, thinking like that they might choose to support someone else.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, really, it's just, there's a realistic election mechanics game in this game, in this tarot game, and it's insane. It just works.
Yeah. Any other little moments before I get to my big one?
Go ahead.
All right. Finally, the big interaction I really want to touch on is that you have this visit with your mentor, Eugenia, who is like this really cool looking deer woman. Um and I at some point you get a little flashback with her, which was really cool and moving. And you even like unlock her like her house as like a background for one of your cards,
Mm-hmm.
which I was stoked to use when I got that. um and you have this really sweet moment where Eugenia shows up, and as Fortuna, you're like, all right, I'm ready for my mentor to lecture me about, how I got in so much trouble and damaged her good name as a mentor by like getting exiled. Uh and Eugenia just shows you this immense empathy where she's like, "Yeah, I may have prepared some speech, but that was a long time ago, and today I'm here to listen to you. Tell me about exile." And
Mm.
your choices in response are, "I don't really have much to tell you about exile. It made me stronger. I'm way more powerful now." And the third option, which is the one I picked because it is the one I
Honest
most
one, honestly.
the one I most relate to heavily in my experiences. "I don't think I'll ever fully heal from this." Uh, and you follow it up. I'm just gonna read like all the things that follow that up.
Mm.
"It's been too much, Master. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to live through. I tried to escape my mind through fiction, substances, even pain. But no matter the stimulus, when in isolation, you grow numb to it all. Memory becomes a mirage, not a single landmark in time to allow you to differentiate one day from another. It's been endless, and at the same time, I can barely remember it. The only thing remaining is the damage that I need to figure out how to outlive." And of course, because Eugenia's, despite being a deer, the fucking goat, and she just shows you so much love and empathy in response to all
So,
this. Um,
why is it that there are so many goat mom in video games? I'm glad for it, but just
true. Uh,
she's a deer, but you know what I mean.
yeah. Undertale, yeah. Uh, but that is basically just like every word of that is exactly how I've felt my whole life about my time in the industry. And it's one that's so hard to really convey to people and put into words. Like, I mean, granted, a lot of the times the examples of like responses I've gotten just have come from shitty people anyways, but even people I wouldn't generally consider in a negative light, like it's hard not to think like this is how they feel about what I have to say, which is like a lot of the times I get the like, "Oh, it couldn't have been that bad," or
Mm.
like, I went to two programs. The first one was in Hawaii. The second one was in Montana. Um and, I've gotten it so many times. The first time, like, oh, first one, it was like a program where, it was like therapy via gardening in Hawaii. And people go, "Oh, that sounds really cool and fun." And no, it wasn't. Because I'm like,
Because the intention is to like isolate kids from the world and inculcate like I don't have the for inculcation.
yeah.
Ugh.
And I mean, the way that first program especially worked was like, if you were not in like a designated, like, overseen group conversation with staff involved, you could not talk to each other. You could not talk to your peers.
This is fucked up.
So what an average day would look like, especially because this, like, all these programs have fucking steps in them. This first program was like a 3-step program where you would change encampments each step. And I don't exaggerate by saying encampment. Like, this was literally like an internment camp for kids going through some shit. So the first program was like the first step was like the orientation stage that most kids get through in a week or two. I was in that one for like 2 months. Because a lot of it was like the really tragic thing about my involvement in these, and I want to emphasize, like, every kid in one of these programs was a victim of it. No one deserved to be in one of these programs. That being said, most of the kids who were in there were ones who were like heavily abusing drugs, heavily abusing alcohol, heavily abusing like sex, getting into like genuine trouble with the law. I was just a kid that liked My Chemical Romance and cut myself, you know? Like, that was my crime. So I say that because, like, a lot of this first step of the program was assuming that, like, kids are going there with an eating disorder, and so they have to heavily monitor your eating. But for me, it was like they were giving me shit that, of course, later in life I would find out I was allergic to, but that I just could not eat without throwing up. Specifically, like, papaya and Greek yogurt. Let me tell you, I cannot be in the same room as Greek yogurt without being insanely uncomfortable just from the smell.
And they kept feeding you that?
And they kept putting it on my plate and I wouldn't eat it. And refusing to eat meant you were not progressing. And it did not matter how much I told them, how I literally could not eat it. I even got to the point where I was like, fine, I made sure one of them was watching me and I ate it and I threw up, like, immediately. There was another point later on in the program where someone had, like, used yogurt as, like, a butter substitute to make, like, mashed potatoes. And, like, I ate the mashed potatoes and could tell something was fucking wrong with them, but, like, I just had to stomach it to survive. You know, TMI, 11 straight days of diarrhea and vomiting ensued. I'm a little surprised I didn't fucking go to the hospital from dehydration for that. But yeah, so all that being said, like, the entire program for that first one was heavily based in isolation and being unable to talk, but especially that first step of it, which I spent so much longer in than any other kid who goes through this program, was like, I never even once got to talk to another kid there. Because you don't unlock the privilege of having overseen conversations with the group until the second step. And the next program where I spent much longer in, because I was in that one, I want to say 4 or 5 months, and then the second one where, like, they literally just fly you from that program to the next. In Montana, I was there. I want to say like just under 2 years. So like around 20 months, I want to say. So at that one heavily used isolation as a punishment. So like I said, you were like forced to be friends with everybody, but as a punishment, they would put you on bans, like you were banned from talking to certain people. Sometimes it was you were banned from talking to everybody. And then the I was like eventually I came around to like really playing the game of that one because that's kind of what it is. Um and I've rarely got in trouble at the second program, but I was always like on the cusp of it because my big thing, the thing that was halting me was that I wouldn't rat out other kids. So the thing that was consistently getting me stuck was that like someone would get caught doing something and it would be known to the staff that I was in the know on it and I didn't do anything about it. And so while they wouldn't punish me directly because I wasn't the one doing the bad thing, uh like I was getting stuck in my progress through the steps. And so one of the big thing they would do when you would get in like so much trouble that they had to take drastic action was they would put you on what is called a program. That program being and you know, picture your average screen of Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood while I describe this. Program is sitting your ass on a bench indefinitely, alone, talking to nobody, sitting on a bench in front of a table. So,
Jeez.
you know,
yeah.
I was only on one of those programs, and it was one that I essentially orchestrated myself to be in as a method of progressing, because I was stagnating in my progress. I say progress as in through the game, not in like reality and growing as a person, you know. So I basically was like, there's a lot of times where people who are like stuck in step 3, which is the one I was stuck on, they do something quote unquote bad and they get on a program, and when they get through the program, that's when they get advanced to step 4 because they've like overcome something and they've grown as a person in the eyes of the staff or whatever.
Fucking
so
Christian bullshit.
Yeah, basically. So I basically just orchestrated, like, I came up with some story about how I went on a home visit and I jerked off to one of my manga, and so that got me on a program. Uh, and so like even though it was something I kind of put on myself because I had to. No, you know what? I wouldn't even say it. I had to do it. Like, no matter what, I don't think you get through that whole thing without being on a program. So like it was something I had to do, and even though I kind of put myself there, like that experience of sitting on the bench and receiving a list of people that I couldn't talk to was like deeply traumatic. And so I was kind of reliving that the entire time playing this game.
Jesus.
And like I've talked to plenty of people about this experience who have like, you know, shown me empathy or at the very least sympathy, and like, you know, not challenged my lived experience. But I don't know if I've ever had a conversation that quite went the way it did with Eugenia in this moment of Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. And so, I mean, there's so much to love about this game, but like, it fucking spoke to me. You know, I felt like I was there in the fucking asteroid in this bit, and I fucking love Eugenia.
Yeah.
One of my favorite characters in anything of all time now.
Yeah, no shit.
Because that's who I needed, and I love that. In a stupid fucking way, Deconstructeam gave me that conversation I've always needed my whole life. Just someone sitting
It's
there
not
going,
stupid.
"I hear you, and I'm sorry."
Yeah. It feels like it should be basic enough that a fucking adult should have been able to talk to that child, but no, it seems like every fucking adult on those fucking programs were like evil. I don't know. It's like, how can you look yourself in the mirror after putting kids through this shit?
The ones that weren't evil didn't last long.
Fucking.
I think plenty of people went in with good intentions, not fully grasping the magnitude of what they were about to inflict on a bunch of kids. And I think the ones that stayed, because there were quite a few members of that staff that I looked at pretty fondly as like an oasis in a desert of evil. But like even then, as much as I've reflected on it, I'm like, you fucking stayed. And some of them I think
Yeah.
maybe stayed to do what little they could to like alleviate the pain. And there's one that I think like maybe I'll give him that grace and that benefit of the doubt of like doing as much as he possibly could to alleviate that pain in us. But I don't know. I still like it still leaves me wondering.
Well, yeah. No shit. I'm so sorry, Jacob. You should have never gone through that.
Yeah. Very true. There's a there is a bit that like fucking night ruining statement when I was hanging with my parents. This was like a couple months ago, I want to say, where they were just talking about stuff, and my mom was like, "Yeah, no, Jacob's always been a really good kid," and I was like, unrecoverable. Could not could not have a good time for the rest of the night after she said that to me.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So anyways, let's talk about this
But how much
fucking
does he know?
Oh, she knows.
No, sorry, that's not your. Yeah.
It's part of the dynamic. It's like they know they fucked up, and I don't think we've never really like had a very strong like in-depth conversation about just the ramifications of everything. I
You don't need to tell me all your personal story. It's just
it's
I'm
okay.
reacting that way. But
No, it's more like I just don't even know like how to put things into words. It's not that I'm reserved about it or anything. It's like it's when this is the topic, it's just like a jumble of a million thoughts I don't know how to organize. But at the end of the day, it's like it traumatic experiences don't make sense.
no, they don't.
Like you might not you. One might hear this story and be like, "All right, how have you not gotten over it yet?" And sometimes I think of that myself, like how am I not over this? But it's like not a day goes by where I don't remember that isolation and I don't remember how I had my humanity stripped from me. Uh and like fuck Adana. Moral of the story. Fuck Adana.
Yeah.
Fuck Kupresa.
Fuck their fucking shit. Yeah.
But
And yeah, vote against horrible people, I guess. Also, Don't not vote.
The troubled
I
teen
know
industry is still thriving and legal in America and other places.
This is nightmarish. Yeah. We need to rise up against those fuckers. I don't know how, but I feel like, playing this game, it's like, well, fuck it. Maybe I should mount a political monk campaign, In this game, I roll down the polls all the time. I gamified it to shit. I could probably do it in real life. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, the big, I've said it before, but, a giant, if not the majority of my motivation in becoming a teacher is to be a safeguard against the industry. And maybe the answer is to be a guidance counselor instead. I don't know, but I'm thinking about what I have. There. I'm thinking about what I have the power to do, and yeah, exactly, a guy that is there, because the lineage of how one ends up in one of these programs is one person recommends one thing, another recommends another, and then another recommends another, and it snowballs until that. So I was referred to a therapist by my school, I'm pretty sure, who referred me to the UCLA mental hospital, who referred my parents to Pacific Quest, the first program I was in, has since been shut down. I wonder why. Who then referred my parents to the Monarch School, which has since been shut down. I wonder why. And so, it's a snowballing effect. And so
I guess, the moral of the story that I fucking gather is that shutting them down isn't enough. We need to hunt down the fuckers who keep making them.
Yeah, and at the very least, be a person in a kid's life who can tell their parents, don't fucking do this. Don't fall for this scam.
Yeah, you will save some people.
I hope I don't have to.
You will. Yeah, we hope we don't, but we have to be optimistic about what we can do, not about what the state of things are.
Yeah, precisely. So, that's what I ran my campaign on in the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. So, let's, should we just jump in? Big debate?
Oh, the final fucking debate. That shit is insane.
So hijacking the podcast again.
Do it.
Because there's a part that oh my god, bro. So okay, I've talked about Gurren Lagann a lot on this podcast. This
do it again.
This won't be the last time, I'm sure. There's a part really early on. I want to say episode 2 or 3, maybe 4. No, episode 3. I'm pretty sure episode 4 is the one people don't like that I really do like because it has a weird different art style. There's a part early on where, Simone and Kamina, our main two guys, have stolen a mech from their oppressors and waged war against them with their own weapon, and have done so while protecting a town of people who have managed to escape the underground and live on the surface, though they live in constant threat of attack by their oppressors. And they this is where the character Yoko that they meet in episode 1 was from on the surface. And there's another character in there named Leron, who is a scientist and engineer. And also fucking sick based character, love Leron so goddamn much. And as our main boys are leaving, everyone knows Yoko wants to join them, but she's not willing to admit it, and so they convince her to go with them because they know that's what she wants, and they'll be fine without her. And it's funny because it kind of presents itself as a gag, but we've spent quite a bit of time with her building up the confidence to leave the group and go journey with these guys. And when she's finally done it and has this triumphant moment of like, hell yeah, I'm going on this adventure, Liron is like already packed up and ready to go also. Like no hesitation. And she asks like, Liron, why would you go with these guys? Like, what's your motivation? And he's like, oh, I don't know. I just feel like they have the chance to change something. And Yoko's like, well, what do you think they're gonna change? And Liron's like, I don't know. Something. And that, once again, going back to my motivations for teaching, like, that's it. Something is better than nothing. And something can snowball into a lot, And I think like that gets channeled so hard going into the debate here, where I basically ran my whole platform and like believed in Dahlia on the belief in the change of something. And let me tell you, this game feeling like fucking Gurren Lagann does not end here.
Yup. No, it
So you finally have this big debate where like everyone has come together, the election will happen, all 100 witches from the coven, or 110 if you're me and invited the Jade witches into your coven, are there witnessing this debate, and the decision will be made on who will be elected at the end. And the music playing, once again, we've gone 4 hours into talking about this game, and I don't think we've really talked about the music because it's just so hard to, because it's just so inherently the best music that's ever been produced.
The Fingerspit is one of the greatest composers of our times.
Yeah. Literally, like, even though this is a moment where it's 4 people sitting down at a conference table plus some extras and talking, the music behind it makes it feel like the most triumphant battle in Gurren Lagann. Like, it's ramping up so hard, and it feels so fucking epic.
It's like Fingerspit was like, damn, what if I just made my fucking anime theme? I've never done that before, and she just fucking nailed it the first time and did Gurren Lagann all over again.
And we've been comparing this to Undertale unfavorably in Undertale's direction, but like one of my favorite bits from Undertale is when you do the pacifist route and you have your big climactic battle with hopes and dreams playing, and like up to this point it's the most, well, Undertale and like 4 different times in Clair Obscur, the most I've ever felt like I was playing the final battle of an anime where the main theme starts playing, and that this is able to channel that energy in a scene where you're talking to some people, just the coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah.
So let's get to it.
There are shit tons of stuff that happens during the debate. I don't even know where to start, and I don't think there is much to say because it's very much like a snowball of events, I think.
Yeah. I think we just kind of talk about the flavor of it, like another really crazy thing that happens is like, Fire Seal is broken. And well, I guess that happens after some.
Yeah, but potentially, depending on your reading, it can be the catalyst.
Yeah, but so you know how the whole events of this game started was by Fortuna predicting the destruction of the Coven. That's happening right now. So
yep.
So some explosion sets off somehow. I don't even know, like a supernova of some kind. And so the debate is being held in this like bubble that is separate from time, like suspended in time. And so all the people in the debate are like spared of this supernova, but the entire rest of the coven is burning eternally, suspended in time as the result of this supernova. And so it like ramps up the scale of the debate where like everyone is like, fuck, we need to decide who becomes the next leader right now to spare all of our people from burning for eternity, because they will continue to burn in the supernova until a decision has been made, because once the decision is made, time will start again.
Yeah.
And so you're continuing the debate, and all the people in the background are like, shut the fuck up, I don't care who leads anymore, I just want to be dead because this is torture, eternal torture.
And Patrice asked them, like, you know, she's by your side. Unfortunately, she's like, you girls, you gotta wrap this up. And Jasmine has this insane line where she goes, okay, fine, let's do this. Kuprasa, can we ignore she's here and move on?
Yeah.
So good.
Fucking awesome. And so, yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but at this point, this is when I, like, did a tarot reading on Capressa, because your way of solving this is like, fuck it, get out my deck. And I do a tarot reading on Capressa that she will like sacrifice herself to save. Yeah, it's something along the lines of like sparing the people in the debate and eventually like returning all the witches burned in the supernova to life.
Yes, and like you have several options to help save the coven. One of them is reincarnation. Another, which is pretty metal, is like an enemy coven, or maybe the arbiters, depending on the previous prediction, is like, oh, all of your souls will possess their body, and you will arise with newfound powers, which is straight up an anime isekai plot.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. And the most objectively good one would be like using the Jade's resurrection method that you finally found out because of the refugees, which is like no one has to die and everyone gets to return to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I literally I saw that reading for Capressa sacrificing herself, and I was like, great, 2 birds, 1 stone, and then that is her exact response.
Capressa literally tells you 2 birds, 1 stone. Huh?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, honestly, yeah. I gotta say too, like the lead up to like basically it's eventually revealed that like, oh, you can influence reality. And unfortunately, I mean, there is this breakdown with Jasmine and Dahlia where you start going at each other personally, and like Dahlia like says like, you should have stayed in exile.
Yeah.
And that's rough. And on that, like, I mean, she looks regretful of having said that, but out loud. But then, fortunately, it's like goes like, all right, fuck this shit.
Yeah, deck time.
I'm going to decide our fate of all 3 right now. Draw a card for all 3. Draw a card for what happens to our coven. And while we're at it, fuck it. Let's redefine the rules of magic in the cosmos.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
There was a fun bit too after you reveal what your powers really are. You can also reveal that you predicted the outcome of the election, and they're like, "Oh, who'd you predict to win?" And I said, and I told Dahlia I picked her, and she's like, "Oh, sick, hell yeah."
Yeah, and that didn't feel too like weird considering the how the tone got a sour tone.
I mean, that was before that happened, so.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I thought that like typically it's in this debate that like if you've been doing too well this whole campaign and really being careful with getting the best outcome, it feels almost just like a whiplash that people blame you.
Yeah.
But it's minor overall, honestly. Again, it's rough edges, but it's not a big deal, definitely. I lost whatever it is that I wanted to say, but overall, like, this whole debate is a fucking it's like this whole game. It's a train. It's such a. I thought I had a word that I was using before, and now I forgot it.
A ride.
Yeah, it's such a ride.
Uh-huh.
What did you decide for the new Order of Cosmos? Do you remember?
Nope.
You can choose some sick ass things. There was one that I thought that you would pick that I read was like, this whole thing is a simulation, but once the simulation is closed, we will keep living on inside the player's mind.
No, I did not pick that one.
I mean, it also depends on which cards you drew, but you can pick some sick. You can pick some sick ones.
What I do remember when I drew that card is I drew the fucking 4-play card with the dominatrix, which was fun. I was like, this is the world saving card. It's the one with the dominatrix waiting to whip me.
Oh, me, I felt so hyped. I drew the Wheel of the Cosmos for deciding the Cosmos, and I was like, fuck.
I thought for sure that was gonna be like the scripted card you pull. So it was even more interesting that I just pulled the fucking dominatrix card.
Nope, that the game doesn't cheat on that, on the tarot pools. Well, you decide all that, and then the Seal of Fire that you've signed on takes into effect. I think it's worth clarifying, but Abrahamaz, like, isn't an evil creature, of course, but like it is linked to his very nature, to the nature of his pacts, that he needs to make a price pay for the will of the cosmos to be influenced.
Yeah.
So him not doing the Pact of Fire is basically him undoing himself. So he literally has to do it. And there is this very touching moment between him and Fortuna before they go, that like, you know, they step to each other like, maybe you will hate me, maybe I will hate you once the fire seal takes into effect. But right now, in this universe, I love you for who you are and for having brought me these new abilities and changed my life.
Yeah.
And it makes this last part hard, all the more heartbreaking. What happened for you? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, since my payment was my immortality, how it basically goes is like you have the option to like beg for him to forgive the payment or just accept it. And so at the very first, just because I kind of wanted to see how much I could get out of this scene, I protested it at first, and then eventually it's like, well, one of the things I really wanted to do to prepare and I just didn't have time for is I wanted to go back and see what would happen if I fought it till the end. Which is not what I did. I protested it at first and then eventually gave in and was like, fine, but I'll hate you now. And he's like, I'm willing to accept that price. Which is interesting that he kind of like using that terminology, like he accepts that as the price he has to pay to like be himself, essentially, as you said, like it's his nature to take the payment. And so it like kind of flashes forward like several decades to old Fortuna as a mortal still living on Earth, and Dahlia, Jasmine, and Patrice like come to visit, and you basically get to hear like I alluded to earlier, what's happened since the election in the Coven. And that was when like I just got to hear that Dahlia's utopia actually worked. It actually made the world way better for everyone in the Coven and like witch kind as a whole. And you tell some fun stories where like Earth, it's basically like at this point, I don't know if it's because of the predictions I made or just how the game is going no matter what, but like it's almost, it's like Cowboy Bebop-esque in the sense of how things are. Like Earth, people still live on it, but it's kind of run down. Most people have moved to Mars. But like Fortuna just doesn't like Mars. She wants to live on Earth. I wonder why she doesn't want to live in space. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like this nice kind of wholesome bittersweet ending where one of them brings up Abramer and she's like, fuck that guy, we agreed not to talk about him. And that made me sad that she kept the resentment, but you know, it was the price to pay.
And at the end you draw a card.
Yep.
What was your conclusion?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, there are only two things, you know.
Which card start over or not.
I mean, fuck it, fuck this fate. I will start over it. I will close my eyes and wake up, and it will all start over.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
And the other is,
I didn't.
And the other is accept your lot in life.
Yeah, I accepted my lot in life.
Did you back up that save?
No.
Did you play that save again?
No.
If you do, that whole cinematic will play out again. But then, when it comes to drawing a card, you will only get the one option you didn't choose, which is, you know, obligatory to start over.
Oh, okay. So is it kind of doing another Red Strings Club thing where it's like forcefully starting the game over?
Yeah. I mean, the Red Strings Club doesn't forcefully start the game over, does it?
In a way, I mean, it deletes your save file. So like if you want to boot it up again, so it has to be from the beginning.
But when you do it, it does reset the time played, but also it skips the very very first intro where like Abramar has just been summoned, which is an interesting detail because just before like the three eyes of Abramar open and they're like, you cannot escape fate, Fortuna. I will go through this with you as many times as necessary.
Oh. Damn, okay.
My first time playing through the game, I chose Immortality too, and mine was very not wholesome.
Oh yeah?
Because, I mean, I was living under the domes, which is really fucking sucks.
Oh shit, okay. So it is to do with your prediction at the beginning.
Yep. I do think we probably all end up in Earth, right? But a different fucked up Earth.
Yeah.
And well, Dahlia and Jasmine come, and you know they're all as usual. But you, as Fortuna, you are old, and so you get tired very quickly. Also, because of my fucked up prediction, Patrice died and killed half of the witches with her, and not in a cool way. She was possessed by a behemoth. It was fucked up.
Oh no!
You know the seed of knowledge, the one you have an arcana of. Yeah, that caused it.
Damn.
Freak.
Wow.
And there was that, and also like, but what I was really the most sad about all the things is like, I picked Immortality thinking that, you know, I choose to die and to end my eternal torment or whatever because I've been in isolation all along. But then, as every flashback of Fortuna came out, her flashback on the beach, her flashback learning how to become a witch with Eugenia, how she says like, this is the best day of my life. I realized that like, oh, the remaining years of her life, she's spending them in misery. Like, it's not just a matter of choosing to abandon immortality, it's just, this is not who she wants to be.
Yeah.
And it felt so fucking real when that old woman beat her went like, fuck it, fuck everything, fuck fate, and drew that other card.
Yeah.
And so that's what motivated me to do another playthrough. At the end of that playthrough, I chose to sacrifice the Coven. And I thought I found a way to cheat fate. Because I sacrificed the Coven. But when I drew the card for Abramar to ask about the fate of the behemoths, the option I chose was that Abramar would be the one leading the Coven. So, technically, rather than whatever nuking the Coven or whatever it is that happens when you sacrifice the Coven, with the Seal of Fire, what instead happens is that you quote-unquote gain it as Fortuna by winning the elections, and then you give it to Abramar to fulfill the Pact of Fire, and also the predestined thing of him.
Uh-huh.
And so the ending is that, well, everything is chill. Abramar is master of the law of the coven, but it's still in a sad music because Fortuna regrets having taken agency of all the witches by signing a contract they had nothing to do with.
Yeah.
So it was still majoritarily better than my other ending, but it was still bittersweet.
Mm-hmm.
And there is that fucking hidden achievement.
Yeah.
So I drew the card again for my third playthrough.
Uh-huh.
I knew it had something to do with Bramar's one last reading, and I was pretty sure that I needed to resist until the end. I just needed to figure out what the fuck is it that I needed to do. At the very beginning of the game, when Abramar talks to you about the Seal of Fire, he says, like, the Seal of Fire will come into effect automatically, and there's nothing that can be done about it. It's etched into the Cosmic Wheel. So unless, well, the Cosmic Wheel itself were to break or something, this will happen.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Well, you will need the power of a god or something to be able to break the Cosmic Wheel. What is it that Fortuna wants to do with Aidana's corpse?
Uh-huh.
Eat it all for herself. It felt always weird to me that this is the option that Fortuna comes to by herself, because it feels like the sort of evil root thing of trying to be a dictator or something. But turns out this is what you need to do to reach secret endings.
Holy shit. You're blowing my fucking mind right now. I hadn't even considered this as being something you could beat in that way.
Last episode, you said that like you talked about your most hated sentence.
Uh-huh.
Which is, this is what it is.
Uh-huh.
Well, time for me to tell you my most hated sentence. Grass is always greener elsewhere.
Uh-huh.
This sentence to me is about like, oh, well, you are where you are, and you see what other people have, and it's like, well, their grass looks greener because you are not satisfied. But it's silly because grass is always green, and therefore you just need to accept your lot in life. And I think there's some, there's some positive thing to think about that, to be like, accept that the world will never be perfect and move on,
Mm-hmm.
But the grass is always greener thing is just something that rich people came up with to basically tell the lesser people to stop wanting, stop wanting better for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that. I don't. At the end of the day, this sentiment that we have of grass is always greener is that we all want something better. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Fuck yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with people wanting more for themselves. I'm a French white dude. I'm a privileged motherfucker. I don't live under US Trump. But I am not satisfied where I am in life. And honestly, I think that any person that has an ounce of empathy living on this planet Earth and breathing this heated up climate change air wants something better. And I don't think people that want more, people that want better are the ones that are destroying the world. I think the people that are destroying the world aren't yearning for better self-actualization, for better self-enrichment. The people that are destroying the world are people that want less of the world. Putin doesn't want Ukraine for himself because Ukraine is a people, is a culture, is a history. He wants all of that gone. And what about Trump and Greenland and Xi Jinping and Taiwan?
Netanyahu
What is
and
genocide
Gaza.
but the erasure of something? Yeah. I think it's okay to want. And it's okay to want better. It's okay to play God if you have the power to do so. And to fucking erase the concept of, I don't know, death or whatever. I mean, maybe that's not okay. Maybe you will need to come up with your less fucked up version of ideal reality. But you can get there. And if you can't get there, it's okay to want it and to not settle for anything else. So, here's what I'll tell you. Go play Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Devour that bitch's Haidana's body. Tell Abrahamar to go fuck himself, but also that he may just have a place in this utopia of yours. And make your fucking utopia. I won't tell you what my utopia was. You need to figure it out on your own. But go. And buy that fucking game on Steam. And give some money to Deconstructeam.
I'm sitting here looking at the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood in my Steam library. The most recent activity in the game is the day I finished the game, seeing all my achievements. And yesterday, Fionixior achieved hidden achievement. And I'm sitting there right now going, I need to see behind this curtain. And the more you talked about it, I'm like genuinely so hyped to play this game again. And the way you described it, in a way where it's like, it's gonna be like the first time.
Hell yeah. And you will better need to win that election. Because if you don't win that election for yourself, you can't get to eat Aidana's body. So yeah.
Oh my god. What have you done to me? I can't express in words the literal like hype running through my body right now. 'Cause like I didn't even conceive of this as an option.
You didn't think the ending where you either choose to settle or to do it all and do it all over again felt a bit too nihilistic for gods will be watching?
I don't know.
And that this game was going somewhere else. I mean, no, to be fair, it's not like gods will be watching. It's its own taste.
I mean, for me...
You know what I mean?
For me...
Western's Club, gods will be watching. All of them ended in tragedy. And we are space witches, motherfucker. We transcended the fucking... all the bullshit that... I mean, I'm a guy, but, you know... women transcended all the fucking bullshit that men put them through for all those fucking generations to become space witches. And it would end in a fizzle? When would the anime film started playing? Now, I'm not saying you could have predicted it, because honestly, I couldn't either. It's just, I knew because of that hidden achievement that there had to be something.
I am virile, standing in a field, looking at my furry wife and my furry child, and accepting that this is what my life is. And suddenly, I see a glowing green star in the sky, shooting towards destiny, shooting towards the escape of the hellish fate that has befallen Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. And I see that star, and I look back at my furry family, and I look back up at that star, and I have to chase it.
Hell yeah, brother.
I never would have thought I was in the anti-spiral's delusion right now. And that I can go back. What the fuck, dude? What? Oh my god. Wait. This is already one of my favorite games of all time. And you are telling me that
to go even further beyond, to pierce the heaven, row, fight the power.
It's not even.
I'm not pranking you, dude.
It's not even like you're telling me to go do it. You're telling me that I can. And you know what that means. You know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. I mean, that could be many things possibly, but yeah. What do you have in mind?
I mean, I think you already know. The Cosmic Wheel stops spinning today.
Oh, okay. I'm done.
I think. I don't know. I don't know what's behind the curtain of your hidden achievement. But I need to go find out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I thought you implied that we were going to do another episode. But I don't think we should.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
If you... listener, this is your final fucking clue. Go make your utopia, motherfucker. Get out.
Escape your fate.
Stay inside. But you know what I mean.
Don't touch grass. Touch digital cards.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't fucking wait. This is the first time we've I guess that's not true. We've ended every episode of the Deconstructeam games with me feeling both satisfied and wanting to go back and get more, but this is the first time I've been like, you know, fuck whatever plans I had for the rest of my weekend. I gotta do this. Pragmata can wait. I still haven't been Pragmata, but it can wait.
I'm so happy I got to pull that shit on you.
Me too. I'm so goddamn hyped.
Let's fucking go. I guess that's our clue. Yeah, and nothing else to add.
Yeah.
You got anything else to add? Because I think like we could end it here.
We've made it to I don't know. There is like, oh my god, dude, you fucking. Because literally how I was feeling as I could feel that we were getting to the end of this, there was this time, it was a 3-day weekend. It may have even been Memorial Day weekend, which is what it is right now, for America, at least. There was a 3-day weekend. Jasmine and I didn't live together yet. My fiance and I didn't live together yet. But we lived, like, in the same apartment complex in just 2 different units. And so we would usually, like, just go down, like, I'd go down to her unit and hang out, or she'd come up and hang out in mine, and, like, spend the night plenty of times. But there was this one long weekend where we just randomly decided, like, all right, we've got 3 days, let's watch the entire, like, extended cut of Lord of the Rings this weekend. Just one a day. Those things are, like, 3 to 4 hours long.
Jesus.
Each. So she already had Mochi, who was like our first cat at the time. So she like brought Mochi to my apartment. We like set up essentially a fucking pillow fort in the living room. Like I moved my mattress to the living room in front of the TV, and we just like spent the whole weekend watching The Lord of the Rings. And at the end of it, it was so weird, like, just how much that experience, like, I connected to it, where, like, the end of those movies is very melancholy. Like, it's a little different from the books, from what I understand, where, like, they succeed, they save the day, everything like that, but there's just this profound sadness in having finished your quest. And so we finished those, and that, in total is like 13, 14 hours of movie.
Jesus, yeah.
And then Jasmine took Mochi and went back to her apartment because the weekend was over. She had to go back to work from home. I had to go back to work. And I similarly felt that, like, profound sadness in, like, because it was, like, our own journey. Like, we were on the journey with fucking Frodo and Sam, and we were on our own journey of just, like, living together and being in one space. And as we were ramping up, like, getting towards the end of this episode, I, like, started feeling that profound sadness coming back of, like, this journey we've gone on over the last 4 weeks of playing all the Deconstructeam games, with the exception of the weekend break between, for Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, like, meeting every weekend to talk about it. Like, I was feeling it seep in, like, oh no, it's about to be over, and that profound sadness is about to hit. And then you hit me with that fucking call to action, and I'm, like, so much more excited than even going into this episode. Like, I cannot...
Let's fucking go.
I cannot tell you how profoundly you shattered the sadness with that.
Just need some. Just need to punch your sadness in the face.
Grit
punch your
those
sadness
motherfucking teeth.
Feels good to kick the sadness teeth in. Gotta say.
Hell yeah.
Ain't gonna be humble about that shit.
No, definitely not. So that concludes our Deconstructeam Super season. It's been
what a finale.
A fucking ride, and it's come to an explosive point. So Ryro Days is playing whatever the name of the BGM that plays during the debate is playing.
I'm gonna buy that soundtrack as soon as we end recording.
Oh, I bought that shit yesterday. I'm so stoked to load that shit onto my SD card.
Hell yeah.
Oh, the last track is called Making of a World.
Hell yeah, dude.
I am Jacob.
I am Victor.
And we have been guys who have talked. If there's anything to take away...
Oh.
Not yet!
Yeah. Also, we don't know if it's going to be next week.
Oh, you were going to say week.
Sorry, editing Jacob.
Who knows? If there's anything to take away from this, it's go fucking play every Deconstructeam game. Give them all of your money. Buy all of the soundtracks. Stop sleeping on them.
Yes.
And go change the world.
Fuck fate.
Fuck it right in its fucking ass. Goodbye.
Boy.